Great.
We're going to go ahead and get started. Good evening, Vacaville. It's December 12th, 2023. This is the regular scheduled City of Vacaville City Council meeting. We have a roll call.
Council Agency Authority members Stockton. Here. Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Chapman. Here. Roberts.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Wiley. Here. Mayor, Chair Cartley.
Here. If you can, please stand with me for a moment of silence, followed by please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, can I have approval of the agenda?
Motion.
Is there any changes to the agenda tonight? All right, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. And the approval of the minutes from the November 21st meeting. Do I have a motion?
Approved.
Motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And moving on to item 5, we don't have a presentation tonight, so we'll move on to consent calendar. Is there any member of the public wishing to pull any of the items that are on the consent calendar? Seeing none, is there any member of the council wishing to pull an item for discussion on the consent calendar?
6B, but I just want to make a comment.
That's fine. We can do that. So we'll pull item 6B. Do I have a motion for the remaining consent items?
Motion approved.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. So we will, so with 6B, you have a comment?
So thank you. So just real quick, that this particular project, usually we don't pull items on here to discuss. I don't have any problems with it. I just want to highlight the extensive work that was done to complete the slurry seal throughout the Orchard area. I know a lot of extra effort went into trying to get that completed before the school year started. There's a lot of hiccups that have been going on, with supply chain and workforce availability. And so I just want to make sure that a lot of times there's a lot of criticism that comes out there from the public, not really understanding the amount of work that goes in to being able to complete these projects to maintain or improve our quality of life. So I just wanted to make sure that the folks, city staff and all those involved knew that that extensive work is very appreciated. So thank you.
That's that motion approved.
Well, before the motion, I'll open it to the public if anyone in the public wants to make a comment on 6B. Seeing none, I'll accept your motion. We have a motion, a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We will now move to business from the floor. This is a time that members of the community that can come to the council. And what I'd like to do rather quickly is Don Burst, would you like to come to the podium real quick just to do a quick introduction to a member of the community? But this will be a time that's within our jurisdiction that is not on the agenda tonight.
Good evening, Mayor Cartley, Vice Mayor. This is Alyssa Pardee. She is our new executive director for Visit Vacaville. I know she's had an opportunity to meet with some of you, city manager as well, but she wanted to come in tonight and introduce herself to the greater Vacaville.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very thrilled to be here and promoting the people and places that Vacaville, such a great place to visit and live. And thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. We're certainly excited to continue our work with Visit Vacaville. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. Sarah Dunn with Keep Vacaville Safe. As we approach the end of the year, I realize Menard Energy may be asking for an extension to their negotiating agreement with the City of Vacaville. I'm here to urge you not to grant that extension. and please don't enter into any development agreements with their company. And I realize nothing is in front of you to vote on today, and I realize you can't comment on the project, but I know you're listening. Here are the reasons why I'm insisting their extension should not be granted. Reason number 1, the site is inappropriate. These systems pose a hazard risk due to fires. It should be sited appropriately and far from difficult to evacuate areas, such as schools, hospitals, and homes. The land at 7050 Leisuretowne Road is 450 feet from the nearest residential property, and there's hundreds of homes nearby. It's also within a mile of a college and a major hospital. There is potential to contaminate residential and city wells. The system would be noisy and decrease quality of life for residents nearby. Reason number 2, a 20-year contract for a lithium-ion facility is not a good deal. There are other technologies being developed without hazards, and they're likely only a few years away. Reason number 3, not enough benefit versus risk. To my knowledge, Vacaville doesn't suffer from true blackouts enough to justify this type of project. Our power outages mostly come from faulty PG&E equipment and volunteer shutoffs. They can't guarantee our city would receive the energy stored, and our city would be inheriting all the risk. Reason number 4, Menard Energy wasn't truthful and straightforward when asked simple questions in regards to their history, ownership, and liability. They couldn't even give examples where they have built these systems before. Please don't sell the property or allow any extensions. Please let this agreement expire January 10th, and let's begin to move forward and find a new use for the property that our community can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Wiley, Mayor Carley, members of the council. My name is Bob Fracke. I'm the president of the Board of Trustees for the Vacaville Museum. I'm here tonight to take this opportunity to thank the city of Vacaville for making its collaborative effort with the museum to recognize our long-standing relationship with the city and to preserve and promote the history of the city of Vacaville and the county of Solano with the agreement that you've approved tonight. The agreement you have approved tonight acknowledges a 40-year history, almost 40 years, it'll be 40 years this spring, of the Vacaville Museum in our community. It gives us an opportunity to continue to expand the efforts that we've done over the last year, and we view this as a win-win opportunity for both the museum and the city. I want to extend a special thanks to Melinda Stewart and her staff for reminding me why I retired after 42 years of law, reading over these agreements. And I want to particularly thank Public Works Director Brian McLean, who was your point person who worked very closely with the museum. He spent extensive hours working with us, meeting with us, coming to the museum, looking at our facilities, and allowing us to move forward. I have two of my board members here tonight, Vice President Deanna Mott and Bill Seiden, here to again support this agreement. I would like to encourage all members of the Solano County community to come and visit our present exhibit at the museum. It is the history of grape and the wine industry in Solano County. It dates back to 1850. So there is a long and generous history here. Our next exhibit will be the history of art and quilts in Solano County. Our personal collection is extensive for quilting in Solano County, and it'll be a great and wonderful exhibit. Over the last month, we had over 800 separate visitors to the museum. That in part was based upon the city's recognition that Merriment on Main Street was a great opportunity to be a partner. And we also were in partnership with you and the Vacaville Solano Social Services Corporation to make that work. We were the carriage designation. It was a great evening, and we served over 800 cups of onion soup that night. I encourage you all to join with us in our upcoming speaker and concert series, and look forward to seeing you all at our activities. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'm happy to go home.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Well, you have
I have
a
a
question?
clarifying question. Can you please clarify what inspired the storytelling through quilting?
Excuse me, what?
Can you please share again what you
Oh, the
what
next,
inspired
the art and history
storytelling
of quilting?
Yeah.
Well, part of the Vacaville Museum has historic artifacts, and part of our collection is an extensive historic artifacts of quilts. And so that gives us an opportunity to take things out of our artifact collection and bring it back into the community. There's extensive quilting opportunities in this community. There's an African American Quilting Association in Vallejo who we've reached out to and will be part of our exhibit. There's a vast number of quilters who are involved in it, and it should be a really interesting exhibit in the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello, council members, mayor, vice mayor. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I'm going to stand on the shoulders of my friend Sarah Dunn, talking about the Menard battery proposal. I'm a realtor, and I've canvassed North Village, Bristow, and other communities around the proposed site. I've talked to hundreds, literally hundreds of homeowners. We've got tons of signs out there. We have a lot of signatures that the homeowners, businesses, we don't want this battery proposal anywhere near our homes, businesses, hospitals. We don't need it here. Speaking from the heart, a lot of these families have spent years and decades in this community. And we've talked a lot about community here. The museum, Vacaville is a very family-oriented, very community-conscious place. We love it. The people here love it. But they say, if this battery facility comes up, they want to leave, they want to move, not to mention the property value decline that's going to occur. And it's going to be hard for businesses to sustain their revenues, because if you have a mass exodus of people leaving this community because of a potentially dangerous facility near homes and businesses and all that, then what is the benefit to our community? Where's that family atmosphere? How you can promote that family atmosphere in the future? It's going to be very, very difficult, if not impossible. And God forbid there's a fire. God forbid, right? The answer that Menard gave us is that, hey, you got a shelter in place. Cloud will dissipate. They've given us, numbers and figures and facts that are, who knows if they're true? Who knows if they're, if they're correct? Nobody wants to take that risk. Nobody. Our communities can't afford to take that risk. I mean, I'm just speaking from the heart. I've got a small child. I spent years building up enough financial independence where I could buy a house. And we chose Vacaville to come live because of the community, because of the family atmosphere, because of its inclusion and its inclusivity and its, its amenities. We bought a house. We have equity. Now, that's our bank. That's our future. And to just throw it away, property values going down, throw away, sell the house, move somewhere else, it's going to be an incredible burden, not on me, and I'm a young family, but on the seasoned families, the families that have been here for generations. It's just not right. It's not good for us. So I urge you, please, think from your hearts, not just from your heads. Think about the soul of this community. What does that mean?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, council members, and city staff. The Community Coalition Keep Vacaville Safe has gathered 1,008 signatures regarding the Menard Energy Battery Storage Project. I would like them recorded as part of the public record in opposition to the Menard Energy Project. With your approval, I'll hand them over to the city clerk.
You may hand them over to the city clerk. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Pam Behringer, Mills Lane. I with CityofVacaville.gov. You all know that. I'm not going to say too much, just to stand behind Sarah Dunn and urge you not to renew or extend the INRA. And let's just get this over with in January and start on something positive for that piece of property. My grandson here would like to say a few words.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Brody, and I'm here to talk a little bit about it and then ask you a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right. First, you should it's dangerous. You should figure out how to keep the the battery contained from exploding. If it explodes, you'll force people, animals, other things to leave their homes. And for my question, can I shake your hand, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you may. Thank you for having the courage to come up and speak too.
Thank you
Good
for
evening.
your time.
Yeah,
Happy
thank you.
holidays.
Yes. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm Tonya with Keep Vacaville Safe. It breaks my heart that we have to have, that our youth are even considering that their surrounding is going to be jeopardized or they're put in harm's way. With that said, I want to thank you all because I've lived in Vacaville for 13 years, and for 13 years, I have felt safe in my home. I've walked my dog freely. I've enjoyed the hummingbirds in my neighborhood. I've enjoyed all of the things a resident should enjoy in their community. Not until this Menard project came about, or the agreement, did I actually start to feel threatened or my safety threatened. And now, unfortunately, due to that, I have to say that I've kind of feel spoiled because for 13 years, I didn't have to think about my safety being in jeopardy. So I urge you to continue to keep us residents. We've trusted you this long, and we want to continue to trust you. So please think about this. Don't extend their contract. Don't go into negotiations again. Don't accept anything that they propose, because when we had our community meeting, our question was provide something positive from this. And yet it's all theoretical. There have been no substantial cases that they could bring to us that has defined this has been a benefit to a community, much less near houses, except for fire risk, all of the negative stuff. So I just urge you to continue to keep us safe. We trust you with that, and happy holidays.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, city council members. Thanks for letting us speak. Not to piggyback or rehash what's already been said about the Menard project. I was one of the people in attendance in the meeting in September. That was the open forum for them. There were just a couple concerns that I had that I think were worth rehashing. Mainly, I think the biggest one being that I think Sarah had mentioned this earlier, that they're a shell of a shell of a shell. And with that comes the limit of liability that they may have associated with this project. They, when asked questions of what facilities or what battery projects had they worked on state soil, they couldn't provide one. And I think a big part of that was their parent's parent is located in India, and then they have a shell corp of a shell corp that operates as Menard. With that, you can get an insurance contract, a liability contract for that entity, but more than likely, if something were to go wrong, it would be limited to that liability of that entity. The problem with that is this could be potentially disastrous way beyond an insurance policy. So I think when we're looking for a project like this, I don't think many people are against energy, as far as like finding new ways to provide for the demand of the state, but just being thoughtful in our approach of where we're going to put this thing, because ultimately there's still a lot of science that goes into understanding what the problems are with specifically lithium-ion battery packs and how they may impact like a region like this. A shelter in place doesn't necessarily seem like the best idea, and there's been several instances of best fires around the country. They had mentioned that they did some like in-house testing at UL, which is a facility where they can do, closed testing, but there's been many instances of best fires where they've had to shelter in place in other areas. So I don't really necessarily trust the findings that it would be, dissipate within 6 feet or 100 feet or what they said. So I think those are some of the things to keep in mind. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time to, thoughtful consideration behind this. And also, I did send the city clerk an additional 3,000 signatures that we had collected that are not overlapping with the ones we collected in person that Joe just submitted. So I sent an email just because it was such a long list, but I just wanted to put that out there.
That's sufficient. An email is sufficient. Yes.
Well, thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Shannon Garner. I almost didn't come tonight, but I used to tell my students, if you don't try, nothing's going to happen. You have to at least try. So, and same thing happened when I was collecting, helping collect signatures at the farmer's market. A man came up to me and said, the city's going to do whatever they want. Government does whatever they want. And why are you do you really think you could make a difference? And my response to him was, all I can do is try. So I'm here to speak on Menard, if you didn't figure that out already. But I just want to make sure that there's due diligence done with experts on this proposal. Experts that are not biased for the company. There are the people's experts, and that they have Vacaville citizens and environment first and foremost in their benefits, I should say, and not the, just their welfare in general. So is there due diligence being done for our safety is my question. And then the other thing is we have to ask all the what ifs. Everybody said, oh, it's safe. It's, it's safe. It's safe. What if? That's a big question. What if we have an earthquake tomorrow? Well, we have plans for that. I'm sure you guys all are aware of the city's plans for that. But if we don't ask this important question, would all of these things have happened in the past if people had done their due diligence and asked the important what ifs? Things like the Flint Water Project. I mean, it was a disaster. The Love Canal, 3 Mile Island, Great Pacific Garbage Patch, the Gulf of Mexico's dead zone, Tennessee Valley Authority coal ash spill. These are all, you can look all these up. There are things that could have been prevented and with just a lot of what ifs. So I just don't want Vacaville to be added to that list. I don't want to become famous for that. And I want to know to what degree, or at least consider, that you can guarantee the safety of Vacaville and all of its citizens and environment. I think money isn't everything. Seems like an easy way to get rid of some land that's, who knows? It seems like an easy way to get a bunch of money for the city. But money isn't everything, but the quality of our lives is. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. Prior to September, I had never heard of a BESS battery storage system, so I'd like to review some of the things that people have shared about them. Thermal runaway happens, which leads to explosions and fires, which may burn for days. They emit deadly toxins such as carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, and hydrogen fluoride. Toxins not only go into the air, but also get into the ground and water supply. People would have to shelter inside with all ventilation systems turned off. Tough luck to anyone who can't, and for the people's pets and livestock who are stuck outside. Highway 80 and 505 would be shut down. The sound levels of the system are in the hazardous range, over time leading to hearing loss and the constant noise affecting mental well-being of those around. They are supposedly green in energy, the components of which are strip mined in third world countries, potentially using child and or slave labor. Many more fossil fuels are used to create these batteries than are saved by using them. So basically, the best system is used to help save the planet by destroying the planet and endangering the community. I think the only thing green about this is the unimaginable amount of money that China is getting from these deals. I ask that the city not accept any proposals that Menard may give you and that you not grant them any extensions. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your time tonight. I have 3 points I'd like to make, so I'll try to be brief on all 3 of them. When I was here for the last meeting, I believe the first person who got up spoke about this flag not representing everybody and so forth. I just wanted to point out that my father is buried under that flag, and I also swore an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States. I love living in a community where the city council starts by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. That means everything. Okay, that's my first point. My second point is that Next Era has an application, I understand, in for another BES, and they think they can make an end run around the laws and the city by filing as a utility. I think that it would behoove our government leaders to get on very quickly establishing law that prevents this sort of monkey business. If they open up to applying as a utility, they can put those things anywhere they want with just a simple approval of the application process. And I'm not interested in seeing that happen at all. The Menard thing has everybody that lives within miles of it scared. It's 2 miles from my home. I'm terrified about the idea of that thing going in, because if they have a fire in those things, which are in fireproof containers, so they say, but the proof is all over the internet in photographic evidence that those containers are not fireproof. And I don't think that Menard has established credibility as a trustworthy entity at all. So, you know, I'm very terrified that that would happen when I wasn't home, and I would come home to find my cats dead or, you know, severely injured from breathing that, let alone all our elderly neighbors. You know, the potential loss to human and animal life and the potential for massive suffering is just untenable. And my third point is, please say no to any more of those brightly lit digital billboards on I-80. They hurt my eyes, and I drive
That's
a lot
on the
at
agenda
night.
tonight, so
I'm sorry?
you'll have a chance to speak on that.
That's on the
It's on
agenda. Okay, well, I'm against it, and that's all I really need to say. Thank you so much for your time, and again, God bless America, and God bless Vacaville, and God bless you all for your service. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor Carly, City Council, and City staff. It's me, Frank, again. And today I'm here to provide some insight on the recent history of Vacaville's cannabis program and the next steps to take. November 2020, 29,000 Vacaville voters approved ballot Measure V with a passing vote of 64%, which imposes Vacaville's first cannabis business tax. May 2021, Planning Commission recommends City Council to approve the Land Use Development Codes amendment for commercial cannabis with a winning vote of 4-3. June 2021, the previous City Council approved a drafted ordinance and urgently scheduled the implementation of the Land Use Development Codes. In September 2021, the City Council recommended to develop an application process at a future date and to establish application fees to recover all associated costs from the application process and development of the cannabis program. So this is pretty much where we left off. So the question is not, does Vacaville and its residents want cannabis or should it be approved? It has already been demanded and approved by its residents. And because this is an essential service, it will always be an eventuality. The question y'all must ask yourselves is, do you want to be the council to make history in Vacaville by being the ones responsible for bringing another high-profiting industry into Vacaville? This also comes at a very providential time where Genentech, is leaving, and the next year being a big year for the city council. I believe this is a huge win for the city and will be a big win for us in 2024. Vacaville hired a third-party agency in 2021 to gather data from the previous fiscal year and calculate the potential tax revenue from the 2 cannabis businesses with an average of $5 million in gross at about 6% tax, which summed up to about $562,000. Though this data may have been accurate at the time, we are now heading into 2024, and with an industry as fast growing as cannabis, it's safe to say these estimates are no longer accurate and cannot be used to determine projections today. We've estimated with Vacaville's population of roughly 103,000 people, of the 77,000 who are 21 and over adults, approximately 5%, which is about 11,000, currently consume or plan to consume cannabis in the near future. Now, if you multiply the consuming residents by the average customer spend a month, which is about $120 average in California, and tax it at 6%, it proves that 2 cannabis retail stores can produce roughly $1.1 million in tax revenue for Vacaville, almost doubling what was estimated in the past. I urge the council and staff to get updated data and estimates to verify my calculations and to if proven, to continue with the city's recommendations to move forward with creating Vacaville's first cannabis application process in 2024, excuse me. Thank you, and have happy holidays.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council and staff. I'm here tonight regarding the battery storage facility that is being proposed on Leisure Road. And with the January 10th deadline approaching for the extension, I'm hopeful that an extension agreement will not be made with Menard. You've heard many of us speak against this. That's what I'm here for too. I have a bunch of notes, but I'll just kind of go into it. You know, one thing we haven't brought up is, you know, when you think about through history, looking back at different things, storage facilities per se for energy, oil refineries, even nuclear power plants, you look back at that and think, we would never build houses around that. We would never allow one of those facilities to go in around houses, but it's happened. And then every time you look back at it, you regret it. Everybody goes, how did that ever happen? And I think that would be the case with this as well. I mean, nuclear energy is the cleanest thing out there. You might think, well, batteries are clean, so it's not going to be a problem. But nuclear energy is the cleanest thing out there, and they would never build around one of those anymore. So really, that's what I came up here to say. I really hope that it's not going to be extended. I know that's ultimately City Manager Bush's call. I believe it says in the contract or the agreement that you have ultimate authority for that. Yeah, I really hope that it doesn't go any further than this. I don't mind coming here. I don't want to come here. I don't think you guys want to see us anymore. But
I don't want to see the hat.
You don't want to see the hat?
I know it's a kids team. So
I coach T-ball. That's what, but it is the team I like. No, I mean, really, I know the deadline's coming up. There's only one more meeting before that deadline. And my expectation is that if there is an agreement that would come forward before that meeting on the 9th. And so, you know, like I said, we're up here to ask you, to urge you not to extend that. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mr. Mayor, Council. Feelings. There are more than 4,000 words that describe feelings. And by the way, most of this citation is from a site called mindvalley.com, which consolidates this type of information. The feelings definition in psychology is a response to emotions, a self-contained phenomenal experience. As a noun, it's subjective, evaluative, and independent of sensations, thoughts, or images that evoke them. Much of the study was done by R.S. Woodsworth, who is an Ivy League professor and doctor of psychology, and modern teaching. So those of you that have been teachers, you might know who it is. Feelings, they're influenced by a person's personal beliefs. They may differ from one person to another, even though they experience the same situation. Last meeting, where the city council discussed the flag policy and proclamation, there are approximately 250 people in the room. The overwhelming majority of the citizens of Vacaville asked a simple thing of the city council. They said, could you just please fly the American flag, the California flag, and the Vacaville flag? That's simple. But 5 councilmen, based on their feelings, keep in mind those definitions, more than 4,000 words to describe it, which very subjective, and feelings come from within your own life experience or whatever the case may be. Based on their feelings, 5 council disrespected and disregarded the overwhelming majority, over 250 people in that room. And then to put insult to injury, as a good tyrant, 5 members of this city council decided that the members of this community should not even vote on the subject. You turned it down, as a good tyrant would do. Subject's not over. The little cabal that's in Solano County politics is going to get exposed.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Recently, the California Public Utility Commission, despite overwhelming opposition, allowed PG&E to have another rate increase of 12.8%. Sometimes I think democracy is dead in this country because the public, the average person, is not listened to. On this issue here about the battery place, the public is overwhelmingly against it. Hopefully, the experts here will put an end to this January 10th. For once, somebody needs to listen to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm here today to support the battery plant and not keep it safe for Vacaville. We've all heard of this land as your land. And I chose to live in Vacaville for various reasons, but I did not choose it to be used by the outside companies that do not have the best interests of the people of Vacaville. There's now a second battery plant that we've been hearing about, and Vacaville needs to be the leader in representing the people and not accepting these plants to be a token of low-grade monetary gain. The people of Vacaville we value this city, and we value all of you and representing us. And so I come to you, City Council, to protect our firefighters, our police and sheriff departments. These are the ones that are going to have to act first before any of us will get any news. Their safety is just as important. And then do we have the infrastructure to support this extra duties that they're going to have to do when these fires happen, hopefully. So I come to you, City Council, to protect my city from the short-term battery plant, which we know will sit, once it's done its time, what's going to happen? Are they going to sit there idle like the gas stations do and nothing's going to happen? Chemicals leak into the ground. What's going to happen after their use is done and gone? Because there's something better that's come our way. So I come to you as a citizen that's lived here for 32 years and ask that you do not let the battery plants in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Grover Wright. I am your retired utility operations manager. And yes, I miss working for you. 30-some years ago, we in the City of Vacaville Utilities Division were using highly concentrated pure liquid chlorine and liquid sulfur dioxide in the treatment of our potable water and wastewater. These two products are highly lethal. Our water wells and our water treatment facility were completely surrounded by homes and businesses. At our Easterly wastewater treatment plant, we were in very close proximity to homes. This was totally unacceptable risk with the new technology that was being made available at the time when the previous council hired me. So we approached our city council and requested that in the interest of safety that we convert to liquid chlorine bleach, simple, and liquid sodium bisulfite, both of which are 240 times safer than the prior use of the pure chlorine and sulfur dioxide. Through the budgetary process and over several years, we made this conversion because it was the safest technology available to treat our water and our wastewater. And it still remains to this day the safest technology for our community. These council members always voted for safety during the time of my long employment with the city. The proposed battery energy storage system is a huge step backwards. Approving this highly hazardous facility in the midst of a housing development goes against previous councils advocating and providing for a safe environment for our homes and our businesses. This battery energy storage project was denied the first time it appeared before you because it failed on its own merits. Remember, it failed because the benefits do not outweigh the hazards and the detriments to our community. It appears that when it returned for a second time, it was approved for exploration because of a public bribe. That of an attached park with a swimming pool and all those amenities, etc. The public bribes neither mitigate nor will they ever eliminate the hazards of this project. This site deserves far better, and here are a few ideas. One, please look into just asking CNO if they wish to build homes on any portion of it, although I do know that they were offered the whole thing to buy and they said no, it was too big. Please, number two, consider this as an open space on the valley floor, much like our open space on our hills and our ridges. Nobody says we have to do anything with it. Please consider with number three, including a public garden area, walking trails, open space for biology fields, trips with our students, etc. Number four, please consider selling portions of this site for conservation and mitigation banks for California tiger salamanders, elderberry longhorn beetles, fairy shrimp, and also there are existing vernal mitigation pools on the site that are already existing. Number five, please ask Mark Mariani and his family to donate a portion of their half of the ownership of this site towards this grand endeavor, and let's just name it after them. Please continue to explore other options.
Thank you.
And I thank you very much for your attention tonight, and Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you.
Oh, and if you ever do have a citizens committee to go and explore options, I will volunteer and lead.
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a new resident to Vacaville. It just so happened to
welcome.
welcome. An introduction to the council members and to you, Manager. I didn't think I would make it tonight, so I'm not really that well prepared, but I'm also against the battery storage program that is there. At the time, I didn't know when I was buying the property that that was going to be happening. And after I got the keys to the house in the mail and opened the mailbox, I found out that there's a battery place being built up there. Probably not the only one on the boat of, with the high interest rates and looking forward to refinancing, having that place going in there, lowering the values of the homes and affecting the potential of refinancing whenever the interest rates do come down. Like, this really could put a strain on the family. Like, we're kind of gambling with these interest rates. Elections are coming up next year. Interest rate might come down because the government is going to make it look nice so they can get reelected or, the opposite party to win. So see how the government tries to manipulate the situation, and hopefully the city of Vacaville is not doing the same, or, we're trying to see that the democracy has a place for everybody. And like people mentioned before, like, we don't know until we try. So that's the reason that I'm here. I just wanted to speak my mind and let you guys know that I'm against it. My brand new resident of Vacaville, and I would like to stay in this place for a while longer and make it affordable and easy to be here, manageable. Like, I don't think that would be a good idea to put a facility there and affect the surrounding homes. Probably a good idea would be to like put a school or something along those lines to assist the community that is there, right? So we're trying to make Vacaville like a community place. That's what I have heard from many other people here, that they love this community. I heard highly of Vacaville, and that's how I ended up in the city. And I'd like you guys to consider of not renewing that contract and not letting the battery plant be placed. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. The argument over the flagpole is not ended. I hope by now the council members have the message about Menard Energy. But now you need to raise your sights and realize that there is a much bigger issue that has suddenly come up that we were it's been going on for 6 years, and most of us were totally unaware. You know, we only began to hear about it a few months ago, about who was buying all this property in the county. 3 weeks ago at the county water agency meeting, when Vice Mayor Wiley was representing the city, they informed the CEO of California Forever. Where'd they come up with that? I know they were smoking something. Anyway, they informed the CEO of California Forever that no, none of the cities had water rights to sell you, and no, we didn't want to talk to you anymore. He very clearly stated at that time that we will have our water rights, and we will be back, and we will put our issue on the ballot for this coming election, and they will get the county's zoning changed out near Rio Vista, where they're going to build their city of 100,000 people that is backed up by multi-billionaires. And if we think that our water agency, our water rights laws that came up in the 19th century are going to keep them out, welcome to reality. They've got billions of dollars. They've been doing this for at least 6 years that they admit to. Believe me, they've bought their friends in Sacramento and Washington as they needed. Their issues with 19th century laws about water rights will be changed as they need it. If we're going to keep our county the way we want it, if you're going to keep this multi-billion-dollar, billionaires' vanity project from sucking this county dry, because we will become their vassals, you need to inform the citizens of Vacaville and ultimately the rest of the county. Do not vote for their getting their change on the ballot, because look at the public relations that they're into. Most of the people here in Vacaville have not even heard of this. You guys have a platform. You're the only ones that can tell people, no, don't let them change the county zoning.
Thank you.
They're going to do it.
Thank you. I'm going to close business from the floor, and given the, before we move on to the next item, given that we normally would have conversations during council comments or at the end of the night with everyone speaking up, can you share any update on? Okay,
yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of our community. So with regards to the battery storage project, I wanted to give everyone an update that I received yesterday. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for continuously coming and sharing your thoughts about the project. We continue to be very interested in those thoughts. Our staff is continuously looking at this project and evaluating every piece of the project. There's much more work to be done. We are not satisfied with the current information that we have about the project. And just as a reminder, because I know that there's some new speakers here tonight, what is being in front of the council is an existing agreement that was put together to allow us to do, or allow the applicant to do due diligence to see if that project would work at this location. The item before the council right now is not for approval, so that is not there. Right now, it's an existing contract, as you're keenly aware of. The contract does include an extension request provision in there that I am able to grant. But because we are not satisfied with the level of performance at this point, I am not going to grant that. However, they have submit in recognition of the concerns that you have all expressed, and because our council has not been able to comment on this, they have requested a one-year extension that I received yesterday. That item will be put forward to the council at the first meeting in January. And so that's where it will be a opportunity for the public to come in and actually have a dialogue with the council where the council can respond back to your concerns. We will put that letter out on the webpage where we've been getting all of our information about the particular project. In that letter, you'll see that they recognize that they have much work to do about education and community outreach. You can take that for however you choose to review it. But again, this will be being brought back forth to the city council for discussion at the first meeting in January. We will continue to keep everybody apprised of that, so continue to watch our website for updates on that subject. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And also, and on behalf of the council, I can assure you that it's very difficult at times to sit up here and not be able to have an opinion on something, which is part of how an INRA works. And so this will come to the council on January for the discussion for their request of an extension, not to approve any project. So thank you. With that, Mr. City Manager, we will move on to item 8A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This first public hearing before you is a resolution considering some amendments to our general plan land use policies related to the housing element that you recently approved. With that, I will turn it over to Payman Bhavan from our planning department to provide you with a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. So the next two items before you are related to implementation of our housing element, which was adopted by the council back in June. So this first request is specific to modifying the land use element of the general plan to implement the housing element regarding three policies of the land use element. The first one is related to policy 11.4, which is to reduce the buffer between business parks, industrial parks, and technology parks and residential uses from 200 feet to 50 feet. A new land use policy 19.7 that requires the Northeast Growth Area Specific Plan to provide thoughtful transition between residential business parks, industrial parks, and technology parks. And then modifying policy 12.3, which encourages missing middle housing, specifically in those new specific plan areas. So briefly, as I mentioned, the council adopted the city's sixth cycle housing element back in June. In September, HCD found the housing element to be in compliance with state housing laws. The city is required to implement a number of housing programs, some of which were approved with the council's action. Other ones require similar amendments to our land use development code, our general plan, such as the ones before you. So this particular project is a request to amend the land use element of the general plan regarding those three items, which I'll go into a little more detail. So the first one is land use element policy P11.4, and simply housing elements, housing program 17G requires the city to revise the land use element to remove policies that could be considered constraint to residential development. So the housing element that was adopted by the council included this program, which is which I mentioned earlier, which is to reduce the buffer between industrial, business park, and technology parks from, excuse me, 200 feet to 50 feet. The city's industrial parks and business parks really can be grouped into 9 areas. That was including your staff report. It's a little bit difficult to see here, but those are the city's business parks, industrial parks, mostly developed areas. There aren't a lot of areas where they back up to vacant residential parcels. Most of the business parks that do adjoin residential are already developed and include the larger buffer. New land use element 19.7 is intended to address some of the newer areas that we're anticipating for development, such as the Northeast Growth Area, and specifically gives guidance to look at the transitions between those industrial, business, and technology parks and any new residential areas. Land use policy 12.3, I won't go through the whole thing, but this is intended to be very specific about the types of housing that the city wants to see. Based on the housing element, based on the housing strategy, primary and missing middle housing, but also the types of housing that the city's anticipated for some time. The Planning Commission reviewed this item on November 7th. They deliberated about making sure that commercial development would be included in the Northeast Growth Area to encourage walkability and walkable communities. But other than that, they voted to 7-0 to recommend the City Council adopt these general plan amendments. In terms of our conclusion, they meet the request does meet the findings. They do comply with the general plan. They comply with the housing element, and really, this will help staff continue implementing the housing element that was adopted recently, and to also address the perception of constraints when it comes to development of housing in Vacaville. It does support our housing element, housing strategy that I mentioned with respect to encouraging different types of housing development in Vacaville. I won't repeat the whole thing, but our recommendation that the council adopt the resolution confirming the CEQA for this process, but also changes the land use element of the general plan for those 3 items that I mentioned. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for the presentation. I don't see any specific questions from the council at this point. I'm going to open up to the public for any comment. Yes, please come forward.
I have to admit I'm a little confused about the proposal to amend it from 200 feet of separation to 50 feet. My house right now is in an area where it's about to be affected by a high-density housing addition that's literally right up against my backyard. And I don't know if that's affected by that or not, but if it is, I assure you, I would a whole lot rather see it remain at 200 feet than 50 feet. That's just way too tight. So that I don't, like I said, I don't know if my area is going to be affected by this or not, because I don't clearly understand it. It kind of went through everything really fast. But I just want to put my 2 cents in. 200 feet of separation is a lot more decent for people to have than 50 feet between them and additions like that. So, you know, for what that's worth. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll bring it back to the council. Okay, go ahead.
200 feet should remain as right now, like being a mile away from a new project or development of the battery plant is really a concern. Now we're trying to like build housing. If this battery plant were to happen, it's gives them the right to build a house right next to it, right? It's just gonna create more density on the town, and it just actually benefit the community to have more density of housing and in places such as industrial parks and commercial areas now being have residential right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Not prepared for this, and I didn't honestly know that this was going to be on the agenda. As a person that moved here to Vacaville, because I moved here from the peninsula I grew up on the peninsula. I moved to Vacaville because it's a suburban town and it's kept its suburban appeal. And this is very disturbing to think that you would change zoning and boundaries for industrial parks to be that close. 50 feet is literally from that door to you guys. So I don't even think I think that's more than 50 feet, but that's very scary to me. So I just wanted to comment while I'm here.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment at this point and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Roberts. But then I'm going to ask you to answer those questions. So why don't you do that first? Can you explain why this change is occurring, where it fits into the housing element, and where the reduction actually does occur, and how other zoning, if you could, how other zoning regular rules actually also apply to how that would be applied here?
So the housing element that was approved by City Council included this program. So technically the program was already approved. This is simply implementing it by going through the process of changing the general plan policies. The idea of housing development in Vacaville, again, the perception of constraints. One of them is the buffer between different land uses. That does not introduce any new uses. For example, the battery storage facility that's being discussed is a private utility use that's not allowed in industrial areas or business parks or technology parks. The types of uses that are allowed in industrial parks are the ones that you see out there, which are either construction yards, warehouse storage facilities, manufacturing facilities, biotech, and those kinds of things. The program, the housing element program does not introduce any new uses. It simply reduces the buffer to allow more opportunities for residential development. If there are places that adjoin industrial areas, could be considered for viable residential development areas without having to worry about the larger buffers. But in terms of the buffer itself, that was essentially approved with the housing element that was adopted in June, and we're simply implementing it by going through the process of amending the general plan to comply with the housing element that's been found to be consistent with state law by HCD.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
So, yes, couple questions. So, and part on what you just said was, so was that reduction already approved in the housing element?
Yes, we're simply implementing it. So there were a number of policies and programs that were included in the housing element. And so for the next several years, there are some policies and programs that have to be implemented by 2024, some by 2025, and some by beyond. So these two items are ones that need to be approved by 2024. And they are, again, part of the housing element that was adopted by the council.
Okay, kind of that, I mean, part of it's, yeah, the housing element's a pretty significant document, and I'm pretty sure I must have glanced over when reading that thing, but I think it would have stood out to me like a 75% reduction in space, because growing up, I lived right next to a business park, and it's not very quiet at all. Lots of trucks, shipping trucks coming in and out, lots of additional traffic. And I think that should have been something that was, granted, I know this wasn't your piece, but I think a significant reduction like that should have been a key bullet point during the housing element presentation, which I don't think that reduction was. Otherwise, these comments would have come up then when we presented it. I do agree that I do think 50 feet is entirely too close because, yeah, like I said, I grew up next to the mall in Fairfield, and yeah, it's not quiet, and there's a lot of light noise and everything like that. Yeah,
so with that, if you could continue with that, where I was going also is while there is a reduction, it doesn't automatically presume that all uses, such as a question about different types of uses, don't automatically get to be approved at certain restrictions. There's other regulations. Could you explain that?
Thank you. Erin Morris, Community Development Director. I want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, in response to one of the questions from the public, this only is about the minimum distance between new residential and existing industrial parks. It was called out explicitly in the housing element and in multiple presentations. I know it was a little bit tedious at the time, but we went through each and every one of these policies fairly meticulously at many public meetings. But what I would clarify is while this is literally a directive of the state of California that we need to amend our general plan to reduce our minimum standard, it does not eliminate the city's other objective design standards and standards we apply to new development to ensure compatibility between new uses and existing ones. And I'll give you an example, just a very short recent example with the Harmony Village Affordable Housing Project that the Planning Commission approved. It is literally next to a tire service shop where there's a lot of noise. And so it doesn't have a 50-foot buffer or a 200-foot buffer, but it does have masonry walls that separate those new single-family yards from that kind of activity. And that is the type of development features that come forward with these sorts of projects.
Councilmember Roberts, did that answer your question?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I still don't recall ever seeing this reduction. I mean, that could just be on me that I blanked on that piece of information. But yeah, like I said, I've lived next to the masonry walls and they do absolutely nothing for semi-truck noise because most of them are taller than the walls anyways. And so I understand where it is, and the objective standards could help mitigate a lot of the issues that could come from that. But yeah, I'm having a hard time recalling when we saw that before. Yeah, it's a pretty substantial document. I don't remember seeing it in presentation, but if it was, it was. I just, over the last 3 years, might have just blanked on it now.
So you might as well stay here in case there's some more questions. The objective standards, could you at least just explain? Part of the challenge is to the audience and those who may be in the room. There's been a lot of tedious discussions and special meetings over the course of an entire year going into detail. So I can appreciate at times to forget a detail that was there because it's such a significant impact that the state requires us to go through the whole process. Every city has to be certified to do it. And so I appreciate what you've done up to now to do it. Clearly, when there are real case examples, it causes people to say, well, what about that? The question that I know that we have often discussed this year, is especially over some issues in Southtown, is how do we have objective standards that can look at, so we don't have semis next to residential. And I without assuming, I would recommend through some of the changes that are occurring, noise issues, types of business issues and the like would be part of how we could review what our objective standards should be. So while the state's requiring these changes, as a city, we are able to implement objective standards, and we have asked staff to work on objective standards to help us also with that local control. Not really a question in there, but if you want to make a comment.
I wanted to add that as part of the Planning Commission staff report, which we did not 100% republish in the council report, but attached to it, my staff analyzed each and every one of those business parks that were on that slide and looked at what available vacant residential land there is around each of those parks. And through that exercise, really determined there's very few sites that are actually adjacent to or near our existing parks. And each site is identified specifically in that Planning Commission staff report. So if there's members of the public that are concerned about this, the Planning Commission staff report is a great resource. It really shows that this has a very limited effect, but it is a state mandated program. And that's why we're bringing it here this evening.
I think it would be helpful for the public to understand what you just said, and maybe if through our social media or our website, they can understand that it's very limited. It's a state requirement. It was previously adopted. So the decision to reduce it to 50 is not a decision for tonight. It's already been decided, and it's already been vetted through our commission and all of our meetings. So, Councilmember Stockton.
Answered, but can there be an objective standard applied to existing residences or residential neighborhoods so that this would only affect new developments, so that people have realistic expectations when they're purchasing a new property, as opposed to the people who've been here for many, many years and have already made the largest financial investment of their life, and then have one of these things pop up next door to them.
This does apply to new development, but that would be new industrial development near residential or new residential development near industrial. So it applies both ways.
So this will affect existing residential neighborhoods, not just new, and there's no objective standard that we could come up with that would limit it to only new residential developments that border these different technology parks or industrial parks?
For the very few sites that we have that are undeveloped, or for the existing sites, it reduces the minimum buffer to 50, but it doesn't eliminate other aspects of the city's development review process that look at compatibility.
And we limit it to that, though, is my question. My question is, can we keep it at 200 feet for existing residential neighborhoods that are zoned next to these, and then with the potential new development within the, potentially the Eastern Growth Corridor or other future growth in Vacaville, implement the state standard?
It would be at odds with the program that the state has set us to do. But I would just say again, existing development adjacent to industrial, there's really not a lot of potential for change with those existing built-out areas, and any new industrial or new residential near each other would have to meet this new policy and the city's development standards.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thanks for that clarification. And I just wanted to build on that as well, too, because the key word is the minimum separation shall be 50, because when I saw it too, it kind of was red flags going from 200 to 50. But if you are a person who's building and developing a residential area, you are going to make it as wide of a buffer as you can rather than as narrow as you can. And they would really want it to be more than 50 to sell their houses, and the same thing for the industry. So I just think it's important to point out the minimum separation should be 50, but hopefully there would be closer to 100 or even 200 if there's space available. And this does keep us right with the current rule in the law. So thanks.
I see no more questions on the council. Sorry. Councilmember Silva.
While we're on this topic, is there much of a decibel difference between the 150 feet?
I can't answer that question. It'd be too speculative.
I will just add to the question, though, that maybe you can. Has the city taken measures in prior developments for whatever reason, whether it was noise or visibility, to recommend objective standards such as extra landscaping, raised beds, so that it actually does create a buffer that can reduce sound or visibility?
We do have a variety of ways that sound and visibility are reduced through landscape buffers, through walls to separate incompatible uses, et cetera. The other thing, as Vice Mayor Wiley pointed out, is it's really typical with new developments that developers are really looking to, in order to have viable apartments or viable homes to sell, to create those larger buffers, because that's going to help with the sellability of their development. So it's a kind of the city has our regulations and developers have their design considerations.
And we know that there are already standards in place for noise near roadways, and even those changes have affected arterial lanes in our city, not just the freeway, correct? Councilmember Stockton?
Sorry, just to follow up for clarification. Is it possible for the council to approve tonight that, recognizing that it could go as low as 50 feet, but have to go before council to vote on that particular project, can we keep it at 200 unless the council approves a specific project up to 50, so that way each one could be judged on a case-by-case basis as it affects the surrounding residents?
What's before the council is a general plan amendment to implement a housing element program. The council has made it clear, and it's part of my department's work program, to really take a hard look at our objective standards for new residential development. So hearing this conversation this evening, we can certainly take this concern about these separations into account as we advance that effort. It'll be during the first half of 24. So not tonight, but we can certainly take that into consideration with the work we're doing on the city's objective design standards.
And just one follow-up to that. It was pretty clear from many if not most of the council, how important these objective standards are, as we experienced a year ago.
But to be fair, for me, it's about local control.
That's
Right.
Well,
For me, it's about looking citizens in the face and being able to say, you know, there is a way to protect you from a loud, noisy warehouse being put 50 feet from your front door. So
I'm in full agreement with what you're saying. What I'm just confirming is this council was very specific about wanting objective standards so that we have a local control. So if I sounded like I wasn't
no,
in
it
alignment,
wasn't toward you, sir. Or Mr. Mayor, it's just a comment.
I believe that that is the only way that we're going to maintain those design standards is through our objective standards. So that's coming back when in 2024?
Trying to get the whole package of code amendments back to council June of 24.
Thank you. All right. With this, you have to read this in, correct? No, this is by simple motion. So do I have a motion?
Motion to approve 8A.
We have a motion and we have, we have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call. Oh, it was already second, sorry. Chapman, Councilmember Chapman.
Councilmember Ritchie,
Yes.
Councilmember Silva, Councilmember Chapman,
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wiley,
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton,
No.
Mayor Carley.
Yes. The motion passes. Thank you. Obviously, the caveat is please come back in June of next year with those objective standards that we could really implement. Thank you. Item 8B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This is the second item related to implementation of the housing element amendments. This next one is related to several actions related to the general plan and zoning designations on the property at 719 Markham. Once again, Payman Bavan is here for a presentation.
Thank you again. Hello again. This also is an element of implementing the housing element that the council approved. So during the housing element adoption discussion back in June, the City Council directed staff to take a look at 719 Markham, which we'd identified initially as a high-density residential site. The direction was that they felt this was not an appropriate, high-density site and to change the zoning. So we're here to do that. It requires two actions. One, to change general plan designation from residential high density, which is 20 to 30 units an acre, to public park, and then change the zoning designation from residential high density to parks and recreation. So the picture on your left is an aerial of the site, and the one on the right is a street view, a relatively flat site with some trees and on the east side of Markham Avenue. So the general plan, as I mentioned, would go from residential high density to public park. The zoning would go from residential high density to parks and recreation. So this PR zoning that staff is recommending is consistent with the public park general plan designation. The site could be developed in a variety of ways, a special purpose facility to meet the needs of a certain sector of the population or neighborhood, or as accessible open space land. Land that includes public access for limited recreational use and is maintained either natural or non-natural or non-intensive developed state. The recommendation that staff has is consistent with council's direction to remove the high density site designation and make it park. So in November, some of the previous item, the planning commission reviewed this. They did not have any questions about this particular proposal and voted in the end unanimously to recommend the city council adopt these changes. The proposed general plan amendment and zoning amendment does meet the required findings that the code has. It complies with general plan and zoning. We believe that it would benefit the neighborhood to have a future park or open space use, and it complies with staff with the city council's direction to staff. Excuse me. So by simple motion, there's a resolution to approve the general plan amendment and an ordinance to approve the zoning designation changes. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Silva.
So just questions. Can I make a comment? Well, sure. So the question is there going to be any increased costs to our to maintain this particular parcel.
So depending on the final design of it, this would be something, we don't have a design in mind right now.
As is.
As is, would there be any cost?
Increased costs.
Increased costs in terms of,
Weed abatement is what I mainly see.
I don't know that right now.
I would speculate no, because it's currently a city-owned parcel that's being maintained by the city. Its use that's actually happening out there is not changing, so no. It's just not just changing what the future development of that site would be.
Possibilities, yeah. And so I'll use the word possibilities, and so I just I can't thank staff enough for to really seeing that there's different ways to serve this particular area. There's different ways to keep people that are young people, particularly, actually engaged in their local neighborhood. So shifting something that was zoned for residential to being a site that allows residents from throughout the community, particularly in that area, to have a sense of ownership, to create different projects, to help sustain those different projects is something that many of us and us, because I'm a resident of that area, but it's something that we have been working towards achieving and growing. The whole reason why I got in this position right now was, how do we find ways to understand how systems work, and how do we find ways to get people more engaged, and not just to look at, hey, how can you help me, but how can you help me help ourselves? And every time that we have a different project that goes on there, I see that represented, particularly in our youth, when they do, planting flowers, to painting murals, to doing trash pickup. There's always another project, 2 or 3 different projects where kids will come by or adults will come by and say, hey, why don't we do this? Hey, why don't we do that? And so that, to me, that's very inspiring, because it shows that people see the value in their own community. And again, I'm very thankful that we continue to try to find that balance between addressing housing issues, but while maintaining a sense of community. This may be more for the public, but I know many residents there don't want more rentals. The reality is there's really beat up places in that area. And one of the challenges that we'll always encounter, comes up in different ways and in different comments, is the ability for us to afford those improvements. The cost of everything is greatly increased. The laws have changed from what they were back when I grew up in the great 80s and 90s. And the best 2 decades, almost 2 decades. But there's different challenges with that. And so I think, since many of the properties there are zoned, particularly zoned and contracted under subsidized contracts, that in itself, it makes it difficult to not add additional subsidized units. To me, I think the key piece is it's not that, again, poor people are bad, or people who need help are bad. The question is, how do we create not just the economy, but a community to where everybody can live the quality of life that they're willing to put the work and effort into. And so I appreciate this. Thank you.
Up to the public for any comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. And I appreciate that this truly is an opportunity to see things differently. And thanks, Councilmember Silva, for your input to get us to this point. Would you like to make a motion?
I would love to. I plead motion 8B to approve.
And that's by motion and by title only. So to adopt and introduce the subject ordinance. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes.
Title. Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Vacaville amending Title 14 of the Vacaville Municipal Code by changing the zoning map for 719 Markham Avenue, APN 0130010070, from residential high density RH to Parks and Recreation PR.
Thank you. So with that, then we will move on to item C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is a proposed ordinance that would amend the city's building code related to unreinforced masonry buildings. You have a ladies den, your chief building official, and Aaron Morris, your community development director, with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Carley, members of council. I'm just going to kick this one off by explaining that this comes before you as an idea that emerged as your staff have been working very hard with various downtown property owners and tenants to try to bring new, more intense uses downtown. Chief Building Official Letty Dunn is going to walk you through the proposal, the background, and how we think this is going to be helpful for businesses and property owners to facilitate the downtown specific plan and its vision. And at one point, I'll come back into the presentation and explain how this is one of 3 different items that staff is proposing to bring forward to assist with these private property improvements that we all desire. So with that, Letty's is going to take it from here.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So unreinforced masonry buildings, also known as URMs, are made of brick, hollow concrete, stone, or other masonry materials. URMs contain no steel reinforcement embedded within the walls, and they pose significant safety hazards during seismic events. In 1986, SB 547, known as the URM law, was adopted into law by the state of California. It required all jurisdictions within seismic zone 4 by January 1st of 1990 to identify all unreinforced masonry buildings, adopt one of the loss reduction programs identified by the state, and required that jurisdictions submit information on these properties that are potentially hazardous buildings, along with the mitigation measures that they've decided to adopt to the Seismic Safety Commission. Some of the 4 types of loss reduction programs the state identified are mandatory strengthening, where a jurisdiction would adopt an ordinance and require URMs to be retrofitted within certain timeframes. Voluntary strengthening would give the option for people to voluntarily strengthen their building. Other types being hybrid programs, mostly involved of mandatory requirements along with other voluntary options, or notification only. The city opted to only notify property owners to advise them that they have a URM building. The city of Vacaville identified 24 properties within the city containing URMs and notified the property owners back in July of 1990. All of the identified properties are located downtown. The downtown specific plan encourages existing downtown buildings to be reused for more active uses, including mixed use developments. Approximately 11 URMs remain downtown. We became aware of that most recently. The intensification of uses triggers various code requirements, including seismic strengthening. Current building codes that were adopted in January of 2023 does not provide flexibility for existing URMs. These local amendments became effective January 13th of 2023, but they did not include Appendix A of the California Existing Building Code. Vacaville has consistently adopted the same local amendments typically for the triennial update over several code cycles, providing really no flexibility for URMs. Staff did research all of the available files for all properties originally identified on the URM list that was established back in 1990. And with that information, we did conduct some community meetings and outreach. On November 13th of this year, we met exclusively with the property owners of the URM buildings, followed with an informational meeting to the community overall back in December, on December 5th. We're also looking into grant funding right now, and Director Morris will provide additional information about grant funding under the upcoming slides. We understand that there are some questions as to why we're requesting the adoption of Appendix A, given that it's found within the code. But in order for a jurisdiction to actually implement the appendices, it needs to be adopted by council. Appendix A of the California Existing Building Code does provide minimum standards for upgrading the seismic resistance capacity of different types of existing buildings, including URMs. But it promotes public safety and welfare by reducing the risks from the effects of earthquakes, and it offers a lot more flexibility and cost-effective approaches for property owners to retrofit their buildings. For example, somebody that wants to change the use of their building, intensify the use, it provides a lot more forgiving requirements when it comes to the intensification of the use, whether it be adding another door for emergency egress requirements, or adding the required fire separation requirements, or improving accessibility. Things of those items are easier to achieve through Appendix A. It does relax the requirements in terms of reducing the amount of retrofitting that has to occur while still achieving the minimum life safety requirements. Additionally, Appendix A provides an additional code path. It's not the only code path that is available. It provides an additional option for design professionals. And it's a more streamlined approach addressing code requirements, and it's a lot easier to follow. One other thing I'd like to point out is that the current code does not recognize URMs as a type of building currently under the current code requirements. So in order to address some of the needs of URMs, it kicks you out to a separate set of standards, which are far more complex. So this would be a lot easier for people to utilize.
I have the next slide talking about some of the other initiatives that staff has identified to address these 11 unreinforced masonry buildings downtown, and how can the city help property owners when they wish to do something with their building, do it in a cost-effective manner. So the first thing is through research. Staff is submitting a proposal to the Urban Land Institute's Technical Assistance Program. They, for a cost, which I will be bringing back to council, basically bring in structural engineers, architects, engineers, and other design professionals from other places who have worked in downtowns like ours, and they will meet with individual property owners, look at buildings, provide their professional recommendations. And the gist of the program, I'm still writing the application, would be we would be asking the group to really look at our buildings more collectively versus one owner having to shoulder all of the challenges with their one space. A lot of these spaces are actually adjacent to each other, and there may be some ability to find some more cost-effective solutions through collaborating. The second item is that, and Aletti's did the heavy lift on the research on this one, we found a Bay Area city, and it's the city of Berkeley. They've used FEMA post-disaster funds to provide a local grant program to basically allow owners of unreinforced masonry buildings pretty significant federal money to basically stabilize their buildings. So this is money that Berkeley has found and successfully gotten in 2 different rounds of FEMA funding. And so I'm working with our grant consultant to try to stand up a similar program that would really provide funds to get in there with these buildings when property owners are ready to do something. And before we go back to the conclusion, I just want to let you all know when we met with property owners, it was the 2 of us and a few others, there was a lot of concern about why is the city doing this and kind of how is this going to help me or how might this hurt me. And a lot of what we were able to explain to them is that as a property owner, they're not required to do anything with their building. But when they want to bring in a new, more intense tenant, that's when the California Building Code applies. And so our locally adopted code doesn't include these more flexible tools, and that's why we think bringing in these more flexible tools is going to be helpful to our downtown property owners and tenants. So we'll go back to the conclusion. Ladies.
So this code amendment will make it easier, as Aaron had mentioned, to stabilize the URMs, and the ordinance adopts and amends Chapter 15.20.259 of Title 15 of our Vacaville Municipal Code to adopt by reference Appendix A in all of its chapters. So we're recommending by title only to introduce the subject ordinance and find the adoption of the ordinance exempt from a CEQA and provide direction to staff to schedule the second reading of the ordinance for January 9th, 2024. The new code would go into effect in February 9th, 2024. So with that, any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you. I know you covered it, and it was a question that seems simple, but I think let's just reemphasize the point. Today, I went to the code. The appendix, they're in the code. The appendices, they're there, A1 through 4. And there's a common belief that because it's in the code, why would we need to adopt what's already in the code? Could you greater explain so that it is much clearer to say, well, why are we doing something that's already in the code? And I believe that there was a simple solution to that would be able to be shared tonight. So if you could expand on that.
Absolutely. So the Building Standards Commission puts out a set of codes for the state of California. And the codes that we implement are identified within certain chapters or categories as far as what the jurisdictions are required to implement, what the state is required to implement, what DSA is required to implement. And if there's other pieces within the body of the code, specifically like appendices, the jurisdiction is required to adopt them as part of their local amendments in order to be able to utilize those. Just because there's information within the code, it doesn't necessarily mean that the jurisdiction can necessarily enforce it unless it is strictly adopted in addition to the standard body of the code.
Simply put, every 3 years, the city of Vacaville has adopted the California Building Code without the local amendment that brings in Appendix A. Most other cities in Solano County have adopted Appendix A. Most cities in the state have adopted Appendix A, but our city, every 3 years when we've done the adoption, has not adopted Appendix A. So it is actually not currently available to folks designing buildings in Vacaville, and we'd like to make it available as a flexible tool to help them navigate these seismic strengthening requirements.
And given the circumstances that we've seen in our downtown, I'm aware of some of the challenges, as you all are, and have trying to work through this. It's my belief that staff is trying to identify measures that will improve the circumstances. Can you give any examples that how this will actually make things better? Sometimes what's important is not the feeling of whether this is good or it's not, or practical examples of how this will help.
Oh, absolutely. As I kind of touched on earlier in the slideshow, and I might have gone through it a little too quickly, but cutting in an additional door within a URM wall, having the ability to have these design requirements that would potentially allow a property owner to cut this in without having to go through a major retrofit process. So, excuse me, it would allow them to achieve the code requirements for emergency egress and would save them the cost and energy for their engineering team to utilize Appendix A versus having to go outside to the other more complex standards. So there's cost savings in design, there's cost savings in what they need to do to their building in order to achieve what they need to do in order to be code compliant and, let's say, have a restaurant or a bar downstairs and really maximize the use of their building.
Will these appendices per se, based upon some of the questions that we have experienced in our own community, the challenges, allow more flexibility for your review so that, you know, instead of a full seismic upgrade, there's other opportunities for bracing and things that can be of a lesser cost, less intrusive, and more likely to help a business or a property owner that doesn't have the money for a full retrofit?
Yes.
Councilmember Chapman.
Portion of my questions already been answered with your questions, or
Trying to get to the same.
yeah. Because I was a little confused. If this was a code that was put in place or recommended 30 years ago, 1986, 1990, yeah. So that's 30-something years, right? And then at that time, initially there were how many, 22, 23, and now, so half of the owners, property owners, tended to retrofit where it was their facility, it's needed. Now, if you put this amendment, if we put this amendment in place, does that require them to come to standards? I mean, bring their property to standards, and we're just assisting them with funding if possible? Are we creating a situation for them by adding it on at this time?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Chapman. We got that question a lot from the folks that we met with prior to this meeting. Adding these flexible standards does not trigger requirements for property owners to go out and deal with their buildings at this time. It is really intended to be a tool that is there and available to them when and if they either need to get a new tenant, want to get a new tenant, want to do upgrades to their building. We see it as a flexible tool that allows them just more options for how to achieve that. Going back to the 80s, across California, 85% of all the URMs have been eliminated since the state's program in 1990. Vacaville, our success rate is a little lower at around 50% elimination, but those remaining 11 buildings would very much benefit from having these additional flexible tools when they would like to go do some changes.
if we were, heaven forbid, if we were to have an earthquake and the properties that have been identified that, you know, there were some concerns back when, would that affect their insurance? Would that affect them because there is a code that's been identified from the state, on the state level? We did not put it into our document. Am I going too far left?
I can't speak to insurance requirements. What I can tell you is when we met with the first of all, anyone that had a URM at any time, and then because we were still actively researching which buildings actually remain. But all of the owners that we met with pretty much knew they had a URM. They had been, or they found out, but they had been notified in 90 and they were aware of it. And one of the property managers who came to our first meeting shared that this is something that's disclosed to their tenants as part of their real estate papers. So I'm not sure how it affects insurance, but I would say that it is sort of, it seemed to be a known thing with the people that we met with.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, two things. There's some clarifying questions. So I know we talked about downtown and mostly the brick masonry and unreinforced masonry, but two of the sections, A3 and A4, are referring to residential. I didn't see any information regarding residential. Like, are you talking about mixed-use residential or actual residential homes within the city of Vacaville?
So we're adopting all 4 chapters so that if there are some residential still, let's say that can benefit from the brace and bolt programs that also the state offers, we have that flexibility as well for some residential, but it also addresses all sorts of seismic strengthening for commercial and residential. So I'd like to catch all of it in the event we do have some of those conditions that still remain in the city of Vacaville to provide that flexibility for all.
Do you know how many residential lots still have unreinforced masonry? I know they're probably all on this side of town, so.
We don't have any outside of downtown, outside the 11 buildings downtown, and they're not residential buildings. Some of them have some units on the upper floors, but they're mostly commercial buildings. The other kinds of buildings that cities, including City of Berkeley, tackle through using FEMA funds are soft story residential structures, typical single family home. There's a garage on the ground floor and a bedroom right on top of the garage. So these standards may be helpful to those types of retrofits that people may want to do either using state grant funds or other sources to stabilize their homes.
Okay, and for the residential that this would apply to, I'm not really, don't understand like a ton of these codes, but like, for example, with the commercial, if they sell it, they'd probably have to make these like adjustments to the retrofitting.
Can I add to where you're going with this, just so you can clarify this? In the staff report, what it triggers is, if you can explain, if it's more than 50% of improvements, or what you're really saying is a more demanding use.
Yeah.
So it's not triggered on just a sale of property. It's just the use. And can you explain that?
That's correct. What we're proposing, actually, the need to upgrade a URM is triggered when someone wants to intensify the use of their building or bring in a more demanding use, as the mayor put it. It's not triggered by the sale of property.
And can you give examples of that? Just for the,
yeah, I think,
so the public can understand.
Yeah, so in our downtown, and I've met a lot of the folks who operate these, we have a lot of offices. We have a lot of ground floor offices that have been there a long time, and these are treasured members of our community, but they're occupying ground floor of downtown. There may be around 10 to 4 or people are around, and then they leave, and then the downtown kind of gets quiet. So as downtown gets more busy and popular, some of those offices may go other places. They might move upstairs, they might move around. But when someone has an existing office building and they want to, let's say, put in a brew pub, that will trigger seismic upgrades. So the idea with Appendix A is if it's a URM, it just provides another set of flexible tools to maybe make it more cost effective to do those upgrades. But going from like office to brew pub would trigger the need to address seismic strengthening.
Oh, yeah, I understood that part. So I was referring more to the residential aspect of it. Is there anything that would trigger like a single family home that would have to do specific?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay. Yeah, so I was more worried about like somebody going to do something with their home, then, oh, you have to make like $50,000 improvements to your house. Get caught off guard. And then the other side, the other question I had, hear a lot of good things about adding these codes, and is what are any potential downsides to it? Because I know it can't all be pros as much as we like.
It's just an additional code path. It's another option for people. So people still have the ability to follow the traditional code path. I think there's, I don't really see a downside to it, very honestly, because it does provide owners with more flexibility and more cost-effective approach.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. A lot of my questions, or actually a lot of my things are addressed. Thanks so much, Mayor. You did a great job. I really want to congratulate the staff for, I know the meetings you guys took. I know you had to really diffuse a lot of possible frustrations and worries in regards to the building. So I thank you for everything you guys have done. This is great. You know, when you actually look at the code, look at how it works. If we did not, we had 33 years to kind of step up and do this. If we did not add this appendix, it would force these unenforced buildings to go to current California code. It would decimate them. The ability to, example, like one of his questions is, you take an unreinforced residential home, you change the usage to a Airbnb, that's changing the usage, you'd have to reinforce it. It would bankrupt that homeowner because they couldn't do what they want to do. For these buildings, I mean, a lot of these buildings, taking them from the current usage to a better usage as we're trying to make the downtown Pacific plan work. If we did not add this appendix, they would have to go to current California code and compare this building to a new building. The cost of reinforcing, it's, you know, build a skeleton inside of a building to shore it up. It would cost more than the majority of the buildings are even worth. So without this, it would essentially bankrupt our downtown to have no choice to move forward, and we'd have to keep everything as is. So I really support the understanding that it seemed like what we're doing something that was kind of backhanded, or what are we trying to do? We're trying to put more rules. We're really trying to help our downtown grow without forcing guidelines on them, because the current California code would crush them. And so I really appreciate the effort you guys did. I've had a lot of conversations. I'm in one of the buildings myself, but I understand the industry pretty darn well. And like, it's just, it could have gone a different way if we didn't really emphasize this appendix. So I'm really supportive of this. The ability to get funds from FEMA can really help. I don't want people to think that we're trying to find a way to have a public-private partnership and help it, like, but we are. Truly, it's in our best interest to make sure the downtown thrives. We bring more dollars in the community. It helps us. So if we can find money from the federal government and angle it and guide people to use it, we all benefit from it. So I don't want people to think like, well, they're trying to help them, but not us. It's all boats rise. If our downtown thrives, the city's better for it. And so I really want to support, make sure that just there's a transparency for working hard with people. It's not just we have a special love or attachment to those people. It's regarding the betterment of the community and using funds like the Urban Land Institute to come in. The difference of doing bolting to the HI bar reframing side of a building is about $1 million sometimes. So if we make the wrong decision, or we don't invest in having the Urban Land Institute come and say, you actually don't have to do this. If you would do the I bar or H bar structure, you've probably all been in buildings that have those black metal bars inside there. That would cost more than the majority of the downtown buildings are even worth. By having them give us the right guidance, it can really help save these current landowners a lot of money to reinvest that to make our city better. So I'm just very supportive of this.
Councilmember Silva.
Oops.
I got you.
Thanks for the presentation and good questions and comments from the council. Just two questions just to follow up on. So I know, the question was posed as far as a con. Some of the things that we hear from different folks in our community is that the question or concern about turnaround time on any application. So my question is, could this additional avenue or additional flow to approve a project, would we expect this to increase the time to respond? And within there, it would be helpful for me to know who exactly, or how do we decide whatever proposal to fix whatever the concern is. How do we go about deciding that? Because what if there's a discrepancy in what we feel, what the contractor's saying, versus what staff, our inspectors are saying? Thank you.
I'm going to start with answering this and ask Letty's to finish the answer. On the topic of how to solve these challenges with these buildings, it really goes in the building permit process. The property owner, without any help from Urban Land Institute or others, they're hiring a designer to look at the codes. Their designer can then avail themselves of Appendix A to hopefully find a more streamlined, less expensive solution. And then they go through the building permit process that Letty's can speak to in terms of timeframes. With the Urban Land Institute component, again, that we're hoping to bring next year to Vacaville, they will provide as a kind of a fixed set in time set of their professional recommendations for the best way to tackle this and the most cost efficient way and the way to get it done. It really will be up to private property owners to decide if that's right for them, if they want to do that. And then if they were to come forward to our process, through our building permit process, it would be with plans that they would prepare with their design professionals. I'm not sure, Letty, can you speak to the timeframes with these things?
One thing I will speak to or say about the timeframes, Appendix A does provide a more streamlined approach, a simpler approach to addressing the minimum seismic strengthening requirements, which are far less complex than the other design standards. So when it comes to reviewing the project, it could potentially reduce the review times and the back and forth comments that go between our plan review team and their design review, or their design professionals, should I say.
Okay. Thanks for entertaining that question and adding more context. Somewhat related to this, more so indirectly, another concern I have is how do we ensure the safety of tenants? And I say that because I hear this from tenants for residential, for renters. I hear this from small business owners that are renting different units. Does this in any way compromise or reduce any type of current protections, or how do we get to a point where it's appropriate to maybe have future discussions on how we protect more, I guess, tenant rights?
So these standards they're options and alternatives, but they still, because they are designed by the state of California, will achieve minimum seismic standards. As far as tenants in existing URMs, this is the thing that the property owner has to disclose to their tenant. If someone was concerned about a situation, they could certainly talk to the city about it, and we would see what we could do to help. But generally, this is something that gets dealt with on a sort of case-by-case basis.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thanks for the information, and I would like to move this with a motion when we're ready for that. I have one question, and that one question is, you said that we have to approve this every 3 years for the big part of the code, but if we approve this tonight, is it then permanently approved, or does it have to come before us every 3 years?
With the triennial code update, it would be presented to you as part of our local amendments moving forward.
So one vote would approve them all. We wouldn't have to deal with it separately.
Correct.
Great. Is it time to make a motion?
I have to open it to the public first,
Okay.
but I'll come to you for the motion. Anyone with the public wishing to comment on this? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. I want one final comment on it, and then I'll turn it over to you, Vice Mayor. It's really important as we're trying to implement the downtown specific plan that not only the idea that staff is working in the best interests, but that what we do is we be responsive and attentive. And so I am very pleased to see the direction of going into the Urban Land Institute. We can look back, and I guess there's the underlying question: 30 plus years ago, the city chose to notify those building owners, while other cities may have been more active in trying to help the owners improve their property through other funding sources. That didn't happen here. Redevelopment's gone, that funding source is gone, and so that's where we find ourselves in a difficult place. So I'm very excited to see that there is an opportunity to bring in an entity that can help us confirm, are we interpreting this the way we should be interpreting it, and are we working with the property owners for those who still have the URMs to achieve what we want. What we want is we want downtown to be vibrant. We want the buildings to be utilized in a way that is to the betterment of the owner and the businesses that are there. And so you heard a lot of questions tonight because sometimes it's hard for someone to understand why you have to put something in the code if it's already there. So thank you for explaining that. And maybe what will happen post today is greater dialogue with the community that has done business with Vacaville for years. But it's time that we actually take these items point by point and say, here's why we did it. And this is why, as your council, it's very helpful if we can also understand more, which is why the questions, so that we can be part of the dialogue. So thank you with that. Vice Mayor Wiley, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance and adding the appendix to the unreinforced masonry buildings as printed in the bulletin.
And by title only, it'll be introduced. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Vacaville amending Chapter 15.20.259 of Title 15 of the City of Vacaville Municipal Code to include and adopt by reference Appendix A guidelines for the seismic retrofit of existing buildings comprised of Chapters A1, seismic strengthening provisions for unreinforced masonry bearing wall buildings, Chapter A2, earthquake hazard reduction in existing reinforced concrete and reinforced masonry wall buildings with flexible diaphragms, Chapter A3, prescriptive provisions for seismic strengthening of cripple walls and sill plate anchorage of light wood frame residential buildings, and Chapter A4, earthquake risk reduction in wood frame residential buildings with soft, weak, or open front walls of the California Existing Building Code, Title 24 of the 2022 California Code of Regulations.
Thank you for the presentation. And with that, we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and we will come back at 8:05 for business 9A. Take a break. All right. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started again. Please take your seats. I already called it. Said, please take your seats.
Nobody's paying attention to the mayor.
Yeah. All right, Mr. City Manager, we're going to continue this this council meeting. Let's bring this meeting back to order. 9A.
Excuse me, we're going to get started now.
All right, we'll go ahead with 9A, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next business item is a resolution awarding the construction contract for the construction of Phase 2 of Jepson Parkway. We have a full team here from the Public Works Department, so I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Your Public Works Department has some fantastic news to share with you tonight. And to help me with that delivery of that presentation, I have the two individuals who helped us get this project across the finish line. First is Rick Navarro, our engineering manager, and then Jacob Smith, our associate civil engineer. Some quick background on Jepson Parkway. Jepson Parkway was approved by the STA back in the year 2000. It's a regional roadway of significance for this county. It is a connection point between the far north of Vacaville all the way down to Sassoon at Walters Road. Next. There are 10 segments within the Jepson Parkway project. 5 of those segments are within the city of Vacaville. And at this point, we've already completed 3 of those segments. And you can see them listed here, but I'm going to go to the next slide. And you can see from this slide, these are the improvements that on Jepson Parkway that the Vacaville Public Works team has already completed. The big one that's on your left, that is the Phase 1 piece that was completed back in 2017. And then the smaller elements, the bridge improvements, and then the interchange on the far right, that was completed back in the early 2000s. So that constitutes essentially where we're at with Jepson Parkway right now. And now I'm going to hand it over to Rick, and he's going to talk about Phase 2.
Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. Continuing what Brian mentioned, this is the Phase 2 for Jepson Parkway. We started this design back in 2019, and the project in front of you is actually the culmination of a couple of other phases that are part of Phase 2. We've completed the relocation of the SID canal, which went in front of you earlier this evening for acceptance. And we also worked with PG&E to relocate the power poles on the east side of Leisurestown. So I just want to go over the main features of Jepson Parkway Phase 2. Currently, Jepson Parkway in this area between Elmira and the new Ulatis Creek Bridge, this is about a mile long stretch. It's currently 2 lanes in each direction south of Ulatis, and between Ulatis and new Ulatis Creek Bridge, there's 2 lanes in the southerly direction. What we are proposing, and it's the same as what we did for Phase 1, is providing 2 lanes in each direction. You can see the typical street section on the upper left. There's going to be a raised median island with landscaping. And on the west side, we are proposing a 10-foot meandering path. As you can see, we are, the green dashed line there shows the future improvements that will be forthcoming. That's not funded yet, but we are seeking funding for that. But should complete the 5 phases that are within Vacaville. Next slide. This is just a close-up of the project limits. Project limits for this phase 2 go from Elmira on the south to the new Ulatis Creek Bridge to the north. We are adding, as part of this project, a traffic signal at the intersection of Ulatis Drive and at Stonegate to the north.
So this project was advertised on September 3rd of 2023. We advertised the project with a base bid, was just a SDR 26 PVC sewer, as well as an add alternate for a PVC line reinforced concrete pipe sewer. So we had roughly 6 weeks of bid window, received bids on October 17th of 2023. 7 bids in total were received, ranging from $21 million to $25.3 million. After our bid check, the apparent low bidder was Goodfellow Brothers out of Livermore, California. And today we're proposing to award the base bid with the add alternative of a total of $21,176,290. And as you can see, our engineer's estimate for the project was $23 million. So this is approximately $2 million under our estimate. The overall project schedule is 250 working days. With award, hopefully tonight, we would anticipate starting at the first clear weather in 2024, which would put us roughly spring, March of 24, and a little over a year to complete this project. The project's funded from multiple funding sources. We have traffic impact fees, regional traffic impact fees, sewer impact fees, capital outlay, developer funds, as well as federal funding, which is our OBAG 2 CMAQ funding, our STIP funding, and our federal earmark. There's no impact to the city's general fund as part of this project. And the project, we feel, meets the strategic goals of council, which are goal number 3, to protect Vacaville's quality of life. We're going from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road and installing a linear parkway on the western side for pedestrians, as well as maintaining effective and efficient services with the installation of 2 new traffic signals with radar and camera detection, as well as increasing our sewer trunk main along this stretch from to a 48-inch sewer to allow for future development. So today our recommendation, just by simple motion, would be to adopt the resolution to approve the project plan, special provisions, and working details for the project, and authorize the award of the construction contract to Goodfellow Brothers in the amount of $21,176,290.
Thank you for the presentation. And it is exciting to see this project continue to be streamlined and fast-tracked. To final goal is to get it to completion. You and I have talked about that. I'm going to open up to the public for any questions or any comments. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thanks for the information, and it'll be nice to have that extended. I do have one question. You know, right now, everything past the Elmira intersection balls up because it goes from 2 lanes to 1 lane. But it seems like that ball up is going to continue with that new gas station and all that. So how is the traffic going to enter and exit that gas station, that little mini mall right at that intersection safely?
So the I believe the gas station is a forced right turn out, and then they have access onto Elmira Road, which is by us increasing to 2 lanes, both northbound and southbound, will allow for a full another lane for access to come from that gas station. Should help minimize the impact of what it would be right now with the 1-lane configuration.
So there will be improvements to Elmira? Is that what you're saying? That you can't exit to
the gas
Elmira?
station currently right now is placed on the corner of Elmira and Leisure Town Road. So I believe they have 2 driveways, 1 on each for their entrance and exit, unrelated to the Jepson project. But with Jepson, going from 1 lane to 2 lanes, it'll at least mitigate what that impact would be to the current 1 lane configuration.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Chapman?
Thank you. The stoplight that you mentioned that would be added at Stonegate and Ulatis, is that off of Leisure Town Road, or is Stonegate a circle? Because it seems like there's,
Leisure Town. Right past the church.
Yeah, so Stonegate will be a 3-phase signal. It'll be eastbound out of Stonegate, and then it'll be northbound and southbound on Leisure Town Road. We'll have the same signal at Ulatis. It'll be a 3-phase as well. It'll be eastbound off of Ulatis and then northbound, southbound on Leisure Town Road until the future realignment of Hawkins whenever the eastern development takes place.
okay. So how many blocks would you say it would be between?
Between the 2 signals?
Yes,
You want me to get that?
Distance-wise?
yes, distance-wise.
So if you look at the entire project, that's about a mile. So between Ulatis and Stonegate, it's about a little less than half a mile.
The whole project is approximately a mile in length. So, and Stonegate is essentially right in the middle. It's about a half a mile on both sides.
And I believe you mentioned that there'll be a realignment to Hawkins.
There will be.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks so much for this presentation. I've been driving by. I live right here, waiting, answering a lot of questions on Jefferson Parkway in my district. I think it's great. Let's get it going, progress with what we have with Green Tree. My only frustration is I was actually talking with Mitch Mashburn. We both kind of slap our heads at PG&E. Like, guys, come on. You have the opportunity to in-ground the power. I mean, it's like, that's why our bills are so expensive. They're doing stuff 3 times. I mean, at some point, it would have been smarter for them to put it in the ground, to spend the same amount of money to move it over 20 feet. It's just crazy. But that's not us. It's so we had to watch that circus. But I want a motion to approve this so we can get everything going.
I second.
We're ready. We have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Well, thank you very much, and get busy. Item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item is a resolution approving additional funding requests from the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. Our Economic Development Services Director, Don Burris, is here with the presentation.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Thank you all this evening for entertaining this request from the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. To put this into context for you all, I'd love to give you just a little bit of background. With the onset of COVID-19, the pandemic really did severely affect the bid's ability to generate operational revenue in 2022. 2023 has also proven to be a year of declining revenue and unexpected expenses for the bid to the tune of approximately $57,000. This evening, Leslie Silver, Interim Executive Director, and Matt Tayton, President of the Board of the Directors for Downtown Vacaville, are requesting the approval of additional funds and are prepared to answer any questions for the council that you may have regarding the request. So this evening, we have Matt Tayton here and Leslie Silver.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Mayor Carley.
Hi there.
Members of the City Council. City Manager Bush. Vice Mayor Wiley. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for your support this year. My name is Matt Tayton, as Don just said. I've been the president of the Downtown Business Improvement District since January this year. And I'm here today to thank you for your support and to report to you some of our activities and progress this year. As Don said, we're here to request additional funding. 2 main reasons for that request. We would like to be on the same fiscal year as the city of Vacaville. Over the years, the downtown business improvement district has been on a different schedule. So it's made funding more confusing and a little more difficult for everybody. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is, as what Don just mentioned, we had our events did not perform as well as we had hoped to. There's a couple of reasons for that. Biggest reason is we had some serious heat happening during the Creek Walk concert series this year. And so when we have weather that's over 100 degrees, 108 degrees, it brings down the number of people that come to the event. And so beer sales will be down. We also had a little bit of difficulty supplying the right type of beer. So we know that next year we'll be selling quite a bit more. As much as we appreciate the beer that was provided and that we have a great relationship with that company, we need a little bit more mix to please the folks of Vacaville. And while we've had this setback, it's significant. Like I said, we do expect to bounce back in 2024. I'm here tonight with Leslie Silver, who has been the vice president of the bid since January as well. But over the last almost 3 months, she has been our interim executive director. And I want to inform you that this morning, our board of directors voted and offered to hire Leslie as our full-time executive director. So she's no longer the interim. She is the executive director of the Downtown Business Improvement District. Making downtown is what we want to do, is make it a destination place. The city and the bid are working on a shared action plan for years 2024, 2025. And we're going to be presenting in February. And by providing this additional support, we can realign our priorities, establish desirable events, work together, and improve downtown Vacaville. I'd like to turn the microphone over to Leslie Silver.
Thank you, and congratulations.
So Matt mentioned a few of our challenges this year. Although we got a lot accomplished, which that'll be my next slide. Our challenges included lower revenue, which of course our cost of goods was a little more expensive than it had been in the past. So we're sure that next year we can do a lot better. Lower attendance at Creek Walk due to the weather, and we did have to, we paid our executive director a severance when he left, so we did have additional costs this year that we didn't expect. Next slide. While it was a bumpy road a little this year, we did get a lot done. Some of it's not as fun and flashy, but we feel that they were important accomplishments. There was no loss of service to our membership over the last 3 months, but that was not a one-person job. It took our entire board and lots of people willing to help out. And when we had to make a change, everybody stepped in to make sure that we could keep moving forward, including finishing up our farmers market with a harvest festival and scheduling the date for our new market to start in May of next year. So we're looking forward. We did a small business Saturday event, and actually Merriment on Main was great. We had Good Day Sacramento come out. So I think even though we had to make a change in management, we didn't skip a beat, and we still brought positive things to the city. Both Matt and I attended the Main Street California Conference in Oceanside this March. And in January, we have scheduled with Main Street America to come in and do our first board retreat, and we'll kick off the year with our new board members and some of the old members, where everybody will be on the same page and understand what their job is. And we feel that that's going to be a nice opportunity to also teach people about Main Street. The woman who's running it will come in and do a Main Street 101. So everybody kind of starts with good education. We're developing an incubator program. I've met with the SBDC, and we're going to integrate that into our 2024 farmers market. We've hosted 2 general membership meetings this year, and we delivered our first newsletter in recent years to our members, which we feel is really important. If anything, over communication is kind of the way I go. We continue to work with the city and property owners to ensure a clear understanding of our issues and how we can approach the challenges together. with Matt's help, as well as Roy Stockton, we continue to focus on the beautification of downtown. There was a flagpole on Merchant Street that I think was 13 years was not working. So the day before, let's see, we kicked off our military discount program, and the day before Veterans Day, we raised the flag on Merchant Street. We also realized our goal of getting to more members and gaining a broader downtown representation in our board. So you'll see next year our board represents a broader area of businesses that haven't been represented in the past. And we completed our bylaw revisions to bring stronger representation to the membership. I feel really good about what we've done this year. We've hit some bumps in the road, but we've got a really strong team. We had a really nice meeting today, our last meeting of the year. It was great to see city represented there, and we look forward to next year.
Yeah, thank you very much. And open up to the council and then to the public who wishes to comment. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, so congratulations. So just a couple questions. Totally on board with the vision of making a destination. I think one of the most frustrating things that I hear from folks who work here, whether they live here or not, taking their business, so to speak, to other neighboring cities, and the comments that I hear about downtown. So I think it's going to be a huge marketing effort and advertising effort and relationship effort to educate the public that there's more than certain type of businesses that exist in downtown. And I think that's something that will transpire throughout. But it's going to require, in my opinion, require some strong partnerships between more than likely the bid. In my mind, that makes sense, with different companies, and not just within the city, but even the region, to get folks to get their their offsites or whatever it might be, to get those employees when they go out for team building activities to come. That should be one of their key destinations. So, moving forward, that's what I'm really hoping to see. And but along those lines, I'm really curious, because I know we've talked outside of this, the plan for marketing, or not necessarily marketing plan. I mean, I just addressed that or highlighted that, but also how are we going to look at to see how effective we are? So a lot of times, like we have visions, we have a mission, but are there any forms of measurements or any measurements that are out there to determine how effective efforts are, to determine if the efforts that are being done are working?
Okay, good question. And I would say initially the best resources we have are our members. So one of the ways that we find out if what we're doing is effective for them is to reach out to them, whether that's going to the business and finding out or sending out a survey. Those are ways that we can measure what we're doing. You mentioned marketing and reaching a greater audience. One of the things I've done is I was presented with a great marketing plan that the city had put together before COVID for the downtown. So I reached out to the organization that's locally based, and they've come back to me with an action plan to support that marketing plan and a quote for a new website. So in terms of reaching people, I think that's a start. Once we get those things done, in terms of getting feedback, I'll come back to you next time with a better way to measure those things that we're going to do next year.
And that's completely appropriate. I know
Yeah.
you're jumping in on this.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It's something to consider, and we don't want to just do things and hope they work. That's part of budgeting and everything else that we do, is making sure that they're effective and evaluating.
We've kept attendance records as well on our event, so we know how many people. Marketing efforts, are we marketing, or rather surveying?
Matt, could you just come to the mic just so the public can't hear you?
My additional point was finding out where our customers are coming from, I think, is a really good idea, so that we can find out, are we reaching the other part of town? That's one thing about downtown Vacaville, I think we all know is a challenge, is to reach people that live over, say, on Leisure town or farther away? Do they really understand what events are happening? We've talked about farmers market and how to market to the farthest out areas. And just like we've done with our district, we have reached out to our outer perimeter for members of our board. And so I think we can reach out to the rest of the town as well.
And I think, so I think one of the observations I made from growing up here to even now in my perspective, like even the design of downtown. So when we have like downtown events, there's still challenges of how businesses can capitalize on that high traffic, that high foot traffic that's happening downtown. And then aside from that, even like for farmers market, one of the challenges, how do we get folks to actually, go beyond just that downtown plaza from their car to that space to actually engage more, throughout the downtown area. Likewise, Andrews Park, even the way it's designed, and I know this gets people going to be, anyways, the way it's designed in itself, in my opinion, actually pushes people away from coming down to downtown, just the way of the fence line. So if I go to Andrews Park, I'm not parking in the downtown area. I would be parking, by the current school lot. And so that just limits. So my point is that there's these little different challenges that I think are just kind of unintentionally built into the design of the layout. Something I'll mention about was attributing low attendance due to hot weather. I'm not of the mindset that necessarily is going to change. I mean, we could look at weather patterns, but I think that what I would recommend, and I don't know if I need council support for this, but there used to be these water features down there, and I see the little lanes. I don't know where it's at with as far as functionality, but I think if that water feature is something that can be reactivated, I think that then in itself it can help reduce the concern and actually increase the desire for families to actually go and attend Creek Walk and buy preferable beverages of adult apple juice. So, and last two comments. Can we get some follow up on that?
Well, I know we're coming back in February. This is just for this current funding.
And that's to get back then. So I'm just gonna two more issues then. But I really think that we should look into that water feature. But I might be alone on this. So incubator program. I think it's a great opportunity to develop entrepreneurship. I love the fact that the bid worked in that there be free access for youth, or at least reduce costs to that. So I hope to see that continued and continue to see that part of the marketing component to bring in, aspiring entrepreneurs to tap into that potential. Just in general, I think when our kids are involved in something, it just brings out more, it allows us to just expand our market in a sense, and build out our community in that effort. So I hope to see that continue. So thankful to SBDC for that. And just also relay messages I've heard from business owners from outside downtown Vacaville, that those who participated in the Small Business Development Center, SBDC's different trainings, their extended trainings, they felt that those were absolutely phenomenally informative on how to optimize their business systems. They thought that they were running it efficiently and to the maximum point, depending on what metric they're looking at. But they provided a lot of great resources that truly helped them run a more profitable and more sustainable business. So definitely hearing, I'm not just relaying the feedback that I've heard from different local business owners on that. So, maybe that can be a different opportunity for others. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, he was simple. Councilmember Silva covered a couple of topics I want to talk about, but first off, congratulations. I think being a successful downtown business owner, and you already have the establishment there, I think that'll do wonders for the bid. But yeah, I'm excited that you guys are getting off to a good start and very aggressive and wanting to get stuff done. And I think most of the council agrees, like we've been wanting to support the downtown as much as possible. So don't be afraid to reach out and ask, and we're all about collaboration. I You can ask us for pretty much anything. You might not get it, but if you don't ask, you're not going to get it. So don't be afraid to ask. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to what you guys will bring in the future and the Main Street America or Main Street USA stuff. And also, like we've talked before, I'd love to see more art and music downtown. So fully in support of that. So just let us know. Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. Sylvia had a great lead off. I'll actually work in reverse. I was going to start with the marketing the last, but congratulations for your role. It's really important. I think all boats rise. Downtown's extremely important because what it can do for the whole community. It's something we need to activate. Last year, one of the stats that kind of jumps out, I remember a lot of quirky things. Only 8% of our community goes downtown. So it's like we can make it. It's not that hard. Like, keep it simple, stupid. Like 70. I mean, the amount of people. Even if we capture 50% of people that don't go, that's our market. Like we can, all the studies. I had a one-off with Burris a few weeks ago, and I dropped a lot of information like how, but marketing. There's a lot of techniques we can do to help us help you. We have the database. We have the people. Find a way to reach 78% of our population that does not go downtown, and every single business downtown will thrive. We need, there's ways. We can't keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. It's sanity and stupid. There's a lot of tools, techniques. You can invest in databases where you can get every single person with opting in, every single person's information to Vacaville. I can then load it, you can load it to a system. You can send them emails every single day. This is the device. I'd rather get my wallet up than get my phone up. You can send notifications to everybody's phone, alerts in their news feed of events going on downtown. You can use geofencing. When they get a certain distance from downtown, it activates geofencing. That's it. We have 100,000 people that need to know about downtown. If only 10% of 100,000 people come, you can't even fit them in downtown. We don't need to try to reinvent the wheel. Just activate Vacaville, let Vacaville know what's going on. There's a lot of techniques we need to utilize technology. You'll spend $10,000 on print. If you spend a third of that on digital marketing, you will reach in a massive amount of people. And guess what? Once they click on the site one time, you can do pixel retargeting. They will stay, and it keeps coming back and back. You catch them once, you have them forever. So you keep getting information, education in front of them about downtown, what's going on in Vacaville. That's how we activate the downtown. Really, just marketing is important, but make sure that if we invest in the downtown, it's going to pay us back. One of the other things about investing downtown, I love the events. I hear it every single Thursday. Every single day I hear the events downtown at my windows. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. But I want to tweak it a little bit. I want to make sure that we don't do the same things, but different results. As we have these events in Town Square, we're surrounded by downtown businesses that could go into a collaboration and joint venture. So if we're serving food, we're serving wine, we're serving beer, let's collaborate with the business owners, and find out, hey, listen, instead of us spending $2,000 on beer in your backyard, how could we work with you, have you be the sponsor of beer for that event? So therefore, we're not kind of in the face of a business selling alcohol in front of their store and keeping them from being profitable because we as a downtown want to activate the downtown. So we're bringing 1,000 people downtown, but the net benefit those businesses are seeing out the window is zero. If we had found a way to say, listen, maybe this restaurant will provide this beer. Maybe it's the theme. Maybe we have like lagers or this kind of beer, IPAs. Maybe we would do a sangria. Like if we find a way to incorporate the downtown, so therefore they are actually going to be the active sponsor by choice, then maybe they serve a $7 glass of wine in their restaurant, but maybe it's a $5 glass in Town Square. But taking a $2 loss is better than 100% of nothing. So there's a way to make it work that will get more collaboration with the businesses, make it feel like we're our team. Because if I owned a restaurant, I saw someone selling beer outside my restaurant, I'll be pissed off. I want to make sure that everyone understands, like, we're a team. And the better marketing does, it brings people to downtown. They enjoy the event, and after that, they spread out and they go find other places. So I think it's like be more collaborative with the downtown so everyone feels like they're a partner and not like an adversary. But the marketing, we already have the database. We just got to rethink how we market to them. So I'm very supportive. Like my business, no one walks by the ice cream and buys a house. So I'm pretty safe. But I do know there's a lot of places that people walk by and they will patronize their places just by walking by. So I appreciate your guys' time.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. My colleague's I'm not gonna try to tell you how to do your job. Anyway, congratulations on your new role. Can you go back to the slide of your financial statement or financial? And is Main Street on there?
You mean the annual fee for Main Street?
Yes, the fee for Main Street.
That would have been, this is January to October, and I think it was paid in the first quarter.
What is their cost?
$1,200 to $1,500? I don't know for sure, but
Don't
we
know for
believe it's
sure.
under 2,000. Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't a complete, so what's the time frame on this one, January to
January to
October?
October.
What is your fiscal year? Are you on the calendar or fiscal year?
Well, we're changing our fiscal year, right, to match up with the city.
So it's going to coincide with the cities
Come July.
in July. So right now, are you operating at a deficit? I can't, oh, I have it right here in front of me. Oh, excuse me. You're operating at a significant deficit. So, and you're requesting assistance from the city in the amount of $30,000. How are you, that won't even bring you,
Well, we have another amount. I don't know if you want to explain, Don.
Happy to answer that question for you, council member. So in addition to the 30,000, there is their annual fee for service, which is 75,000. Excuse me, 75,000. So with the help of our finance team, we will be paying the bid about $15,000 a month for the next 7 months until they're aligned with our fiscal year. And then come July 1st, after we have gone through our budget planning session, that's when their fee for service will kick in. So they will have enough funds between now and July to maintain operations.
okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Congratulations. We had an opportunity to have a quick conversation during the Wine and Art Festival. And one of the things that was very clear from that conversation that I had with you is you have a tremendous heart for not just the businesses in our community, but for our community. And we talked about some of the shows and stuff and the kids that were involved. And so I think I'm most excited to have somebody who's actually part of our community, that cares about our community, embedded in such an important role to bring our downtown businesses and really hyper focus that passion that you have for our community. So welcome, congratulations. I think that's absolutely outstanding. I think you have a tremendous board of people too that are really behind you and passionate about, you know, making sure that you're successful, because when you're successful, their businesses are successful and our community just glows and grows, right? So I'm super excited about you being here and optimistic along with everyone else that I've spoken to that's involved in downtown. Very excited about Main Street USA. I think the fact that you are taking advantage of an opportunity to know what you don't know or find better ways to do it is really exciting kind of new venture. And I just really want to encourage that movement and that cooperation and partnership with the city, because I do think that we can accomplish some really amazing things for Vacaville by working together and finding ways to get you where you want to be so that we can continue to improve that quality of life. So welcome, congratulations, very excited about the future with downtown. I'm excited to hear what the public has to say as well, but I'm optimistic, so thank you for the presentation.
Question, How do you, I know this is, while it's your first official day, you've been working on this for a while. How do you see, especially with the, the new leadership in Visit Vacaville, understanding that the city itself is committed to leaning in and doing what we can to help downtown be successful, to help the bid be successful? And it's like, well, what's in the way of downtown being successful, right? And so I'm encouraged, but again, you don't have to answer tonight, but the question really is are there opportunities to leverage the marketing? Because everyone's marketing, but if we're marketing, our marketing is aligned in ways as far as what the city's putting out, what you're putting out, what Visit Vacaville is putting out, the synergy behind that marketing. And I'm not a marketing expert. That's why I just leave it as a question to see if those opportunities do exist. It is interesting. I don't know. It seems like a significant funding model for our bid, other than the fee for service, is beer sales. I don't know that that's the best model. Is it the only model out there? And if not, I would say, how do we make our bid, if bid means business improvement and marketing the businesses, I'm encouraged that maybe the vision that you will bring to this, along with the support, is to say, is it time to rethink how the bid can be successful for the businesses and not to try and stay afloat on just beer sales? And if there's creative models behind that, I know I, for one, and probably many others, would be very supportive of that. Downtown's our living room as a city. I said it before, the events can be very successful. But this is a real opportunity. And so while it's been difficult, I know I'm excited for seeing the right businesses. The city has some responsibility, and the city also has some credit as far as how many millions of dollars that the city's invested in downtown trying to accomplish that. In some cases, we might say we need the right businesses. And so hopefully this next year is a year of opportunity. So really excited about what you're going to bring. And with that, before I can take a motion, I do need to open up to the public if the public wishes to comment on this. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Okay. So if you wouldn't mind just moving to the side and letting the public. Yes.
That's who I was earlier. I own Laney's Furniture. I apologize. It just puts a lozenge in my mouth. Anyway, sorry, guys. What I want to say is I am very excited about the new leadership we've got going on. I think this board, more than past boards, is dedicated to transparency. We're dedicated to our members, and we want to involve the whole of the downtown, not just a select few. I'm very excited about where we're going, and I think that you guys are going to be seeing a lot of exciting things in the next year, especially under Leslie's new leadership. She is a business owner. She brings to the table a wealth of information. She's grown a business in this town, and you've been here 5 years? 3 years. 3. Yeah, 5 in town, 3 with her business. Okay. So what she's done with her business, she's going to be able to do that with our downtown bid. She's a wealth of information as far as advertising and marketing, and she has the ability to make it work. And she has ability to inspire the people around her. So I'm very excited for where this is going. I think you guys are going to be very excited too when you see what she can do. In her short 3 months taking the helm, she's accomplished more things. One of the things she has accomplished is she's already applied, which we've been trying to do with the last 2 executive directors, to convert us to a 501c3, which will open up our ability to get grants and those kind of things. So we won't have to be asking the city for additional funding, hopefully ever again. I hope that. But we appreciate your support. And as a business owner, I appreciate the council giving us this opportunity to regroup and to move forward in a positive direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Morgan McVeigh. I work at Clipper Cargo Jewelry in downtown. I've been working there for about 6 years now. And I just wanted to stand up here and give my support for the DVBID, mainly because their events mean a lot to our business. Of anything in downtown, the number of times someone has come in during a wine stroll or some other small business Saturday is one of our biggest days of the year. And without it, I don't think our business would get through the holiday season. So their involvement in getting people into downtown has really helped our business. And if I had $1 for every time someone came in during an event and said, "Oh, I never knew this place existed," it would mean a lot. So I just wanted to come up here and say that their events make a big deal to the small businesses in downtown that do bring people in, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of those next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, Ted Nema of Clipper Cargo Jewelry and Coin. I wanted to provide a little additional information. I know it's late, and but we didn't have everything that this amazing leader has presented to you tonight. One of the things you brought up was sources of information, sources of income, Mr. Mayor. And several years ago, I think maybe 5 years ago, Don Burris wanted us to have a 501(c) so we could do other types of income producing projects that would bring funding directly into the DVBID other than concessions. And that fell by the wayside. One of the things that our new when she was interim director has already done is refiled now to follow Don's leadership in this, to get our 501(c) going so that we are searching other major areas to bring income in to serve the membership of the DVBID, which I think is very, very important. So I wanted to point that out. Number two, I think you brought up the subject about marketing. One of the things that wasn't on the chart that she has done for us already is this morning, with her leadership, we brought to the board a contract with Butterfly Marketing to do our social media marketing and to manage that. And the board this morning passed and adopted that contract for the next 6 months so that we could get to the next fiscal thing and present that as part of our presentation about what's been achieved. So I just wanted to share with you that there have been many things that have been done in the last 2.5 months to align ourselves with some of the good suggestions that are in the city's attachment. We call it attachment 4, and to try to start moving in the direction to complete the downtown specific plans obligations that we have. We feel we take that very seriously. So I just wanted to thank you, and again, to agree that what you've done has been amazing in the last 2.5 months. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll bring this back to the council. I want to thank you all for what you're doing. And this is obviously it's funding for the gap measure and to bring this into alignment. So the recommended action tonight is the payment of the $30,000 to the DVBID and the budget augmentation for this budget cycle. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. Our recommendation is by simple motion, adopt the subject resolution approving the payment of operational support to Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District in the amount of $30,000 and a budget augmentation to the 2023-24 fiscal year operating budget in the amount of $30,000.
Well, thank you. Do I have a motion? So Councilmember Chapman made the motion. Second. We have a second with Silva. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much, and pretty excited to see where we go. Let's make this happen. All right, moving right along, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item is a resolution approving an extension of time for the completion of construction for our amended and restated disposition and development agreement for the Nut Tree Apartment Project. Emily Cantu, the Director of Housing and Community Services, here with a presentation.
Minute to get settled here. All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'll jump right into the presentation. Back in 2011, the redevelopment agency, now successor agency, the city, Nut Tree Retail, and Nut Tree Holdings entered into an amended and restated disposition and development agreement, an ARDA, for the development of the Nut Tree. 3 parcels included in the ARDA are planned for apartments in the Nut Tree policy plan. In 2021, Nut Tree Holdings sold those 3 parcels to Nut Tree Apartments. They also assigned the rights and obligations in the ARDA regarding those apartment sites to Nut Tree Apartments. The rights included a $1.1 million reimbursement of development impact fees. That obligation has been listed on the successor agency recognized obligation payment schedule, ROPS, since 2012. That allows the funding source for that item to come through property tax that goes to the successor agency. It is not an obligation of the city. And that's been approved by you as a successor agency, the Solano County, Solano Consolidated Oversight Board, and also the Department of Finance each year because it is an outstanding obligation in the ARDA. An obligation to the new owner, Nut Tree Apartments, is to complete the construction by December 31st of this year. So since Nut Tree has taken ownership, they have submitted their building plans for this 216-unit apartment project, originally anticipating being able to meet that December 23 completion date. However, it was determined after that submittal that they would need to detach those 3 properties from Solano Irrigation District. So they have been working with SID to schedule a hearing in front of LAFCO. And, you know, the developer doesn't have control of when that meeting's scheduled, but they have been working on getting that scheduled. Also, since submitting building plans, construction interest rates have doubled, and they have been pursuing viable financing options for the project. It's not penciling for them at the moment to work out. And both the interest rates, the costs increasing, and the work they're currently doing to find financing options has hindered their ability to complete construction at the end of this year. So Nut Tree Apartments is requesting a 2-year extension to that completion date to December 31st of 2025. They believe during that time, they will be able to receive the LAFCO approvals, which will enable them to be able to pull their building permits and get going on the construction of that apartment complex, and also finding a viable financing option for the project. If the extension that's requested is approved tonight, that obligation will be added back onto the ROPS. You considered that item earlier this evening on the consent calendar without that item because it is for next fiscal year. And if not approved tonight, it would not be an obligation next fiscal year. We'll add that back on, and that approval will need to be agreed to by the Solano Consolidated Oversight Board and also ultimately with the State Department of Finance. So for tonight, we are asking that the successor agency and the City Council approve the extension to the construction completion date to December 31st of 2025. Got my question slide, but that's the end of my presentation, and happy to answer questions. We do have a representative of Nut Tree Apartments. Rick Russell is here this evening if you have any questions directly for them.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor Wiley.
I'm sorry I didn't ask this before tonight's presentation, but you just talked about we had that it would have to detach from SID. So does that mean it would then be attached to Vacaville water, which we are not currently, or would we have any issues supplying the water? So explain that just a little bit.
I don't know the details. I'm hoping that Rick Russell does have some of that information.
Just would that impact our water?
Yeah, thank you.
How do I turn this on?
I just turned it on.
Okay. It's just a detachment. It was there. We weren't aware of it. The city made us aware of it about last April or so. We've submitted all the fees. We're going through it. It should be on their board sometime soon, but water is being delivered through the city, but it was there because that used to be farmland, and you got to get rid of it. So.
But water is currently being delivered through the city. Okay, thanks. That's what I really wanted to know. And then I also just wanted to comment on the fact that it said in the paperwork that some of the units might be affordable units. And so I would just highly support that if some of the units are affordable units when they're getting done.
Yeah, under the current approvals, there is no affordability component to it. When it was approved in 2011, there wasn't, and there hasn't been still. One of the financing avenues that we are pursuing is looking into a significant component of affordability, funds from the state, the possibility of having Section 8 vouchers, those kinds of things, which help with basically you can't get a construction loan right now. So that's a potential source that we're exploring right now. We're talking affordable developers, and that's our hope.
And it's a potential source that's also very competitive. So I just wanted to say, I really do hope that we can continue to look toward that avenue. So that's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, we're pursuing it aggressively.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. The successor agency to the redevelopment agency is the council. Isn't it a separate group with representatives from the community? And if so, did they meet?
Yeah, so the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency are all of you as the city council. So the city council is the successor agency. There's not an additional board or commission that reviews items beforehand. So it's the successor agency, which is you. And then there is an oversight board that literally oversees what you do. So we will take what you do to them. And they are representatives of the various taxing entities within Solano County.
Okay.
So,
that's
the college, the school, the county, et cetera.
Yeah.
And then the Department of Finance also then oversees what the oversight board oversees you doing.
Yeah, I was on one of those oversight, and so I was thinking.
You do what you were thinking.
Yes, I'm familiar with the process. Yes. Okay. So when if we approve this, then it will go to the oversight. But didn't the oversight sort of disband or?
They consolidated. We had a local oversight board initially, and then that was dissolved and it was consolidated into a county-wide. So the oversight board oversees all the actions of all the successor agencies in Solano County. So for each of the cities.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. Well, first I got to give congratulations Vice Mayor Wiley, better package. It's got an A for that. That was the exact same paragraph that stuck out for me. So I'm glad I had the opportunity to address it. When I saw it, I'm wholeheartedly, I know this too well about the cost of everything, cost of funds. The prime rates have gone through the roof. I mean, commercial financing, everything's stopping. It's not, everything is stopped. If we don't give you extension, you're dead in the water. Like everything else, that's why development has slowed down. It's outside of our control. Like right now, inflation, the economy's way, we just got to ride it correctly, make sure we don't fall off. But I saw a paragraph, and that to me was like, I'll make sure that my fellow council members said, oh, wow, if we give this extension, there's possibility. The cost of funds, cost of everything is making it even unavailable to build market rate housing, let alone have a 10 or 20% cutout for affordable housing, which would dramatically even have to increase the cost. For it to pencil out, the cost of funds have to go down dramatically to make it cash flow enough to have a portion of it be affordable housing. We're not even at the point where market rate housing is feasible in California. So we do need 2-year extension, but I want to make sure everybody understands how this business works. We won't get to the point of having this pencil out if we have this hopes that it's affordable housing, Section 8. If we can't even get across the finish line at highest and best use of rents, we need to account and be rational with the best. The scenario is, if it works, it might be 100% market rate. If value goes down, Jerome Powell is going to probably lower the federal funds rate 4 times next year. We might get to the point by Q3 that it pencils out for you. But at that point, we need to be, I don't feel like we're bamboozled, like, wow, you said there'll be affordable housing, Section 8. Right now, you can't even build market rate. So I just want to make sure it's definitely clear to everybody in the room that we need to support this project, given the time frame, make it work, or else it'll be a dead project. But we cannot expect you to magically make 20% affordable if the math doesn't make sense now. So I just really want to highlight that paragraph because
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And it would take a lot more affordability than 20%.
Huh?
It would take a lot more affordability than 20% for us to access state funding. So you're right. We couldn't do it with 20%. The federal funds rate was 0 in March of 2022.
Now it's 5 1/4.
Right now. Okay. We do think that things will go down next year, but not that much. I mean,
and that's where I just want to make sure we're all more clear.
For us to move forward with this right now, we need to get state funding and federal tax credits, and that's the only way to fund the project. So we're digging into it pretty hard right now.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to open up to the public for any comment before we bring it back for a vote.
That include.
Well, you're answering questions, and so I mean, we certainly appreciate you coming forward and reading the staff report. I think it resonates with us. We want you to be successful. We certainly want what's best for Vacaville and understanding the circumstances. And so with that, do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All right. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Next item. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, this next item is a resolution initiating a zoning text amendment related to standards for digital freeway billboard signs. We have the contingency from the planning department to present to you tonight.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Tonight, I will be presenting a proposed initiation for text amendments to our zoning ordinance to create standards and regulations for digital freeway billboards in Vacaville. Let's start off with some background. There are 16 existing billboards in Vacaville along Interstate 80, 10 within city limits, 4 outside the city but in the northeast growth area, so they may be annexed into the city at a later date, and then 2 outside the city that are not located in the northeast growth area. The city currently has 2 existing digital freeway billboards, one at the Vacaville Auto Mall and another at Nut Tree Village. And in 2015, the city council decided to amend the sign ordinance to prohibit future digital freeway billboards from being built in Vacaville. For additional context, in 1998, the city council amended the sign ordinance to allow what are called relocation agreements. Relocation agreements are a tool that cities can use to relocate existing static billboards within their cities to relocate them to other areas of the city. Cities can also use relocation agreements to require additional removals, for example, 3 static billboard removals in order to relocate 1 billboard to a different part of the city. And so the city has been using relocation agreements since 1998 to remove about 9 billboard structures within the inner city, and most of those were relocated to the Northeast Growth Area. In 1999, the city also adopted the City Gateways Design Master Plan, which deemed billboards as an unattractive feature, and it created a policy to continue removing billboards through tools such as relocation agreements. In March of this year, the city received an application from Clear Channel Outdoor in which they wanted to convert one of their existing static billboards into a digital freeway billboard. This billboard is located on eastbound I-80, past Leisure Road near Kilkenny Road. Staff determined upon receiving this application that such a conversion is prohibited under the current sign ordinance. And so in August of this year, staff held a study session with you, the city council, to gauge interest in removing that prohibition on new digital freeway billboards. At that study session, the council directed staff to create development standards for new digital freeway billboards and to look at possible ways to use revenue for freeway beautification and to also reduce the number of static billboards in Vacaville. And so following that study session, staff developed a guiding framework for how we could possibly develop standards and regulations for digital freeway billboards. Some of those topics include revenue, how revenue can be used, location, so which areas of Vacaville should digital freeway billboards be located in, placemaking, static billboard removal, performance standards, so for example, hours of operation, brightness, development standards, so how tall can the signs be, the sign area, et cetera. And then also the planning entitlements or the path to approval for potential digital freeway billboards. And so using that framework, staff created 3 different alternatives for that outline how digital freeway billboards could be regulated in Vacaville. And so tonight, the council will be considering those alternatives and may decide to choose a combination of the most desired options from each alternative. The first alternative is what we call the revenue generator. This alternative would require Planning Commission recommendation of any new digital freeway billboards and City Council approval. Under this alternative, staff would be required to negotiate the highest revenue amount for the city with any prospective applicants. And this could include things like an initial lump sum payment, a flat annual fee for every year that the digital freeway billboard is active, and then also a percentage share that goes to the city of any annual gross revenue above the annual fee amount. The council also has some options for how revenue under this alternative could be used. It can be used for things like city beautification, which is what you all indicated during your study session in August. It could also just be directed to the general fund for operating costs or special projects. Under this alternative as well, digital freeway billboards would be limited to Interstate 80 within the Northeast Growth Area and then also Interstate 505. Existing static billboards would have to be removed. There is possibility that if the council is interested in, we may decide to, under this alternative, include an in lieu fee for billboard operators who may not have other billboards that they can remove within Vacaville. Billboard structures would be limited to 60 feet tall. They have to be at least 1,500 feet apart. And then landscaping would be required at the base of the billboard. There would need to be a design theme that reflects Vacaville identity and values, and then brightness would also need to be restricted. And so this alternative 1, is what staff is recommending tonight. The second alternative is what staff calls the community benefit fee alternative. This alternative is pretty similar to alternative 1. It requires Planning Commission recommendation and City Council approval. City Council would establish a permanent community benefit fee under this proposed alternative for any new digital freeway billboards, and that fee would be subject to inflation, so it would increase or decrease with the consumer price index. Funds under this alternative would be directed to the general fund for operating costs, special projects, and then the design standards, location restrictions, and removal requirements would be similar to alternative 1. However, staff is not recommending alternative 2. And then the last alternative that staff developed is entitled the streamlined process. This would require Planning Commission recommendation and City Council approval as well. However, under this alternative, no fee or payment would be required, and there are no local restrictions or standards. It would only, any potential billboard structures would just have to comply with Caltrans standards. And so staff is not recommending alternative 3 because it may cause a proliferation of new billboards in Vacaville. Since your study session in August, staff has also conducted various community outreach in order to engage the public on this topic. On October 13th, a project website was launched that had information from your study session, information on Clear Channel's application, and then also just information on why the city is embarking on this effort. On October 30th, the city held a virtual Zoom meeting to engage community members, and we had 2 members of the public attend that meeting to provide feedback. And so because of that, because of the low attendance at that meeting, staff launched an online poll in order to gain more feedback from people who may not be able to attend the meeting. And so from that online poll, we did get 230 responses. The responses to that poll were published in a memo that was sent to council earlier today. The poll was open until last Friday, and so we wanted to maximize the amount of time that the public has to be able to respond to the poll. Approximately 74% of respondents to the poll indicated that they were against allowing digital freeway billboards in Vacaville due to concerns about driver distractions and light pollution. Staff also held a stakeholder meeting with billboard operators who currently own property in Vacaville or have a billboard in Vacaville. That was held virtually on November 1st, and billboard operators and other stakeholders did provide feedback about the different alternative, or that did influence the different alternatives that staff is presenting tonight. On December 5th, the city also held another meeting with the Northern Solano County Association of Realtors, and that meeting was held in person at their office in Fairfield. And they did provide feedback as well with a focus on private property rights, and they advised the city, or they advised staff that new regulations should be kept to a minimum and that we should only be looking at Caltrans standards.
Excuse me, what was the final thing you said there?
From the Northern Solano County Association of Realtors meeting, participants at that meeting stated that they would not like to see new local regulations and that they should only be subject to Caltrans regulations. Additionally, any direction from council to allow digital freeway billboards would require an amendment to the City Gateways Design Master Plan because that plan does prohibit billboards at this time. Unrelated to this effort, Public Works has also been exploring enhanced landscaping at the various freeway interchanges in Vacaville, such as at Alamo Drive or Davis Street. And so if there's interest from council, this would also require an amendment to the Gateways Design Master Plan. And so revenue from Alternative 1 could be used to fund updates to the Gateways Design Master Plan and also contribute to maintenance of that enhanced landscaping. And so staff is seeking direction from council tonight about whether or not you would like to proceed with updating the Gateways Design Master Plan. And so for next steps, the City Council would select the preferred alternative and initiate a zoning text amendment in order to allow digital freeway billboards if that is what the council wishes to do. If council does decide to go that route, staff would then prepare draft text amendments to the zoning ordinance, conduct public additional community outreach, and release those draft amendments for public review. Those draft amendments would then be taken to the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation, followed by your final action. And so staff is recommending tonight that by simple motion, the council adopt the subject resolution and direct staff to proceed with drafting an ordinance based on the objectives identified in Alternative 1, which was the revenue generator alternative, with an emphasis on using funds for city beautification. And so that concludes our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Did you provide us with the Caltrans standards?
So the Caltrans standards were not provided, were not included with the staff report. Caltrans standards mostly relate to the distance between billboards and then also the sign area of the sign itself.
Okay, so it does not have any statement or comment regarding digital billboarding?
There are regulations in Caltrans standards. I'm not familiar with them off the top of my head, we would do that research as part of any sort of direction from council. But there are regulations in there that, for example, brightness shouldn't impede drivers' visibility. There are regulations in there regarding digital signs.
And just to be clear, any regulation or any option that we choose, the regulations that Caltrans enforces would have to also be adopted. So we're not creating something that somehow goes outside the authority of Caltrans.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Roberts.
Yes, a couple questions. When going through there, I like your recommendation overall. It says, yeah, the annual flat fee plus a percentage share of all annual gross revenue above the annual flat fee. Would there be a minimum on there? Because I know currently we have a percentage of the gross, but we never exceeded the threshold to actually collect any funds from the current digital billboards as presented at the last meeting, I believe.
So as proposed right now, there wouldn't be a minimum, but if that's what council wishes, a minimum could be established, but that would, at the moment, it would be negotiated on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, yeah, because we implemented a percentage last time, but never exceeded the threshold, so we didn't actually benefit from it at all. Going back to one of the items, there's removing the static billboards, says decrease amount of billboard sign faces or pay an in lieu fee. Would the in lieu fee be they pay that and they keep their static one, or?
Yes.
Just for clarification, so if they didn't have the ability to have a second billboard withdrawn, the recommendation is that they could pay a fee. They're not keeping one and adding to it. That what they would be doing is paying a fee to convert or to actually be able to apply for one. Is that correct?
Yes, so the in lieu fee is mostly for example, if a billboard operator who has one billboard sign in Vacaville, if they want to establish a digital billboard sign but can't remove the other sign, then they would pay that in lieu fee. Or if they don't have any signs in Vacaville, then they would pay an in lieu fee.
So that they don't have the option to remove something other than the one that they're replacing. So that would trigger a potential ability to pay a fee.
Thank you for the question. The council could decide that the policy direction you want to see in the draft zoning ordinance is that operators simply have to remove a static sign or more than one static sign in order to have a digital billboard. The in lieu fee is an alternative to that. The council could decide that that's what you prefer in most cases, but that you would like to provide an avenue for either operators who don't have any billboards here or do not wish to remove their existing board for whatever reason to pay an additional sum of money for the privilege of building a new digital billboard here.
Councilmember Ricci.
Thank you so much. This is a great presentation. It's kind of like, it's interesting because we've had digital billboards since I've been in high school, and that's been a long time. So we're kind of addressing something after the fact of like 2 decades and setting standards and regulations. It's like, it's kind of redundant, but it's where we're at. I'm all about option one. We've been talking through this council, through our last council, about ways to really beautify our city. As you drive by, it looks like a mess. The sides, the freeways, we've talked about the on-ramps, off-ramps, that's our gateway to the city. That's our invitation to how amazing Vacaville is. That's our first impression. The ability to raise funds and revenue that could help our city from the start of it to the end of it look better. You have me at that. I mean, it's a great way to utilize funds instead of draw money out of Measure M, draw money out of our residents. Let businesses help support our city and reinvest it. It's just a win-win. I mean, it's such a good impression, and the work we're doing trying to get with Caltrans to make sure that when someone drives by, like, wow, that's amazing. It looks great. I might want to stop by here. If I see tires and homeless camps beside the road, keep going. They'll stop at somewhere that looks very nice. That's a big thing. The study is kind of misleading, where we talked about one issue, like 74% of people don't want a digital billboard. But we didn't talk about the NIMBY. 78% of people don't want billboards in general. So you can't, like, the fact they don't want digital billboards is one thing, but they don't want anything. So like, let's be real. Like, they want nothing. So we can't really put a weight on, oh, digital billboards as opposed to static billboards. If they got their way, there'd be nothing. But there is. So let's utilize what's already there. We can talk about not adding a net gain to the city, but let's be rational. Billboards are already here. They're static. We're just making them more efficient and better and create revenue. But to say that study overwhelmingly showed that digital billboards are not acceptable in Vacaville, but they don't want anything. So we're not going there. It's already here, and let's make better what we already have and create revenue. So I think that highlights just the fact that, like, it's not like digital billboards are static. Overwhelmingly, people want nothing. That's not possible. So I really want to encourage us to use option one, create revenue that can help our city, because everyone's going to benefit if every time you leave and come to our city, it looks amazing. Because that's the first impression. As we have developers come in, we have biotech come in, and the first thing, we want them to spend $50 million to build a building, but they're driving past a homeless encampment outside the freeway. That's not too good. We need to make sure it looks classy, and we want people to invest in our city. So that's my little spill.
I have a couple of questions as we're moving through the council. There's several lights on, just so you know. As proposed, at least for a vote for approving at least the recommendation from staff, which is alternative one. It is prohibiting anything near Lagoon Valley, correct?
That's correct. It would only be permitted in the Northeast Growth Area and in I-505.
And if you can pull up the diagram that shows the different areas that are highlighted in color. I'm sorry, I didn't see what page it was on. That one right there. While I do see the Alamo Leisure Town segment, which is the area, I'm sorry, I don't have the screen in front of me, but the current one that was the purpose for the application is in the Northeast Growth Area, correct? Right. So obviously there's the Caltrans 1,500 feet guidelines, which seems to have instructed staff's direction on no closer than that. I am supportive of the concept of a digital billboard, and clearly even more supportive when a company such as Clear Channel wants to reduce the footprint and it provides a benefit, and that's where you receive direction from staff. I know that I recommended before, let the funds support the beautification for the area where our gateways are, but absolutely ensure that our gateways don't have billboards on them. I am concerned that when you see where the Interstate 505 segment is, I don't believe there should be any billboard signs near the triangle. So even though we might open that up, I think I would promote it be further restrictive, that it's farther out than Vacaville, at the Vacaville Parkway, just because we get the freeway traffic. But what I would not want to see is billboard signs that really can impact what we're trying to create in that triangle with the biomanufacturing, and somehow we approve something that we say, well, we forgot about, maybe we want some artwork in the middle of that triangle, or we may want something else. So while I am in support of it, I would prefer to further restrict it in the Interstate 505. No closer than, near the Vacaville Parkway area and then to the north, because we're getting the through traffic and that's what it's capturing. So those two areas would tend to allow that 1,500 feet to be more restrictive so that we don't end up with, 8, 10 signs. I don't want to see 8, 10 signs through Vacaville, but I do believe that there's a real benefit for advancing to the digital, and it would actually benefit for our own advertisement, but I would want to see it be a little bit more restrictive on that whole length. That's just my thoughts. So with that, I'll move on to Councilmember Silva.
Thanks for the report presentation. I'm not I'm not really opposed to like having, I guess the question is if it's along 505, what would be the theme? What would be allowed to enhance and support what I'm hearing is different desires to have more, to support more of the businesses around that area, or to drive and increase more business to the area. But maybe that's something that can be separated and, you know, considered down the road, like a, you know, if it comes up. And I think at some point, you know, absolutely, if you just have sign after sign after sign after sign, it's kind of like driving through Texas and all you see is Buc-ee's, you know what I'm talking about? And it's like, man, I got to stop at Buc-ee's. But we don't have that scale here. So, you know, one of the things that jump out is the survey, you know, 73.5% says should not allow freeway billboards. Respect council members' comments on that. You know, for me, I'm learning to be more cautious of how to interpret the data. But one that, you know, so I think it will require more follow-up as to why, what exactly you're opposing or whatnot. But the one that does jump out is 68.7%. It's like, well, and we hear this in different contexts. Like, yeah, you know what, I don't like it, but if we're gonna do it, might as well get paid, right? And so, you know, that's 68.7% of respondents state that out of the population of 230 respondents. And so I think if one were to dig more into the qualitative data, which is what you present, you know, as some of the later points, which I hear is the common themes that, you know, we have one sign that's really bright and that's actually, you know, it's distracting in itself, or has been distracting in itself, that's near the car dealerships headed, well, both north and southbound on I-80. But I think one of the questions I have around that, and I don't recall me squinting my eyes recently driving along that stretch. So one of the questions I would have is, what is Caltrans's limit to the amount of the light intensity, or how do they measure that? And then, you know, and whether or not it's appropriate, how do we go about mitigating it within the context of what's being proposed here? So I don't think we need to have an answer to that today, but that's something to consider for the follow-up text, assuming that we approve this. The other aspect is timely repairs and replacement. So I didn't catch, and I apologize, I didn't catch in there a plan to fund any type of repairs. You know, what's the life expectancy on these? You know, for example, there's another a digital billboard that has missing sections for quite a while, and it's not really that in itself. I think I'd rather have a straight plastered advertisement board than I would something that's pieced out and rotates through. That doesn't help out the customers who are purchasing the space or the advertisement, and it doesn't help out the image of that area or the town. So I'd like to see, like, if there's some type of stipulated or specified turnaround time to remediate any type of repairs that need to be done, and then as well as what's the lifespan, so that way that's budgeted to where we don't have, you know, we're kind of digging ourselves in a hole in that sense. Yeah, those are my main things. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you for the information. I just have one question that's probably more for staff. The new pieces that were on the dais, are they only changed by one thing, and that was just changing the verbiage from operating a relocation agreement to a development agreement? So, because if this is what, I just want to clarify what we're approving, if we've looked at this prior to just before we got here tonight.
Yeah, so the revised exhibit and the revised attachment are just changing that verbiage from operating relocation to development agreement.
All right.
That's the only change.
I just wanted to make sure.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor actually sparked an idea when he brought up when he's talking about the triangle. One thing I'd like to see is the freeways inbound to Vacaville, so 80 going west and 505 south, is like prioritize Vacaville businesses. So as people are coming into town, they're seeing what we have to offer. And then the ones leaving town, yeah, still put Vacaville business on there, but leave those more open to other customers. But just so when people are coming town or sitting in traffic in the afternoon, that, oh, a restaurant, local restaurant pops up, they can get off the freeway and go eat a nut tree or something. And then also on the 505 aspect is I'd really like to see the signs on the western side, because again, on the eastern side of it, you have the businesses and residential on that side. And even though they are photosensitive sensors, it still would eliminate a lot of light pollution from that residential side of the freeway. So go ahead. Thank you.
I'm going to open up to the public for any, did you have anything else?
Yeah, quick question.
Sure.
I know it wouldn't necessarily generate revenue, but I think one of the struggles that many towns that are like in Vacaville's position to urban areas that have news stations is just getting positive stories out there. So they're always quick to highlight anything that happens that's negatively. I'm curious to see, even within their agreement, if, again, assuming that moves forward, if there's ways just to periodically feature positive stories that demonstrate what Vacaville is about and the families that are here and the contributions that are being made. And it doesn't be big, it could just be a nice, simple, powerful image that in itself demonstrates our community. So
like imagery, graphics, and
yeah, like for example, the one thing that popped in my mind, so there was a group of youth that put together a public mural, right? So maybe there's a photo of them painting that public mural, and that's just something that's on there.
Showcases Vacaville.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, open up to the public for any comment. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the council, and I think you've answered all our questions, and hopefully you've got the input. Certainly guard the triangle. I think that needs to be very, very important. So, Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, just real quickly, I just wanted to mention on that last comment, in my prior experience, there's opportunities that we can negotiate that they dedicate one section, 8-second section for city business.
Perfect. Great. That's great. All right. With that, do I have a motion?
I motion to approve option 1. And I really like your triangle. That's really smart. So you want to spend billions of dollars biotech and have it blocked by sign.
So you're adding the triangle, protect the triangle to your, okay.
Yes.
And we have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It passes. Thank you very much. And I know that at least the original applicant will be pleased that we're moving forward, so thank you. All right, moving right along, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next resolution before you is a resolution to renew the city's military equipment use policy. We have Chief Ian Smutzler, Captain Dave Kellis, and Lieutenant Dustin Willis to make a presentation tonight.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, members of the council. I'm pleased to be in front of you tonight for the resolution renewing the City of Vacaville's military equipment use policy ordinance number 1978. Based on a review of the Vacaville Police Department's annual military equipment report, I'm here to introduce Captain Dave Kellis and Lieutenant Dustin Willis, who will present this item to you. Thank you.
Military equipment use policy ordinance renewal and annual equipment use report. State of California requires under Government Code 7071, the Vacaville Police Department get an annual approval from the City Council by renewal of an ordinance to continue the use of equipment based on the review of an annual military equipment report. This is equipment that the State of California is determined to be military in nature. According to the requirements of 7071, the City Council shall at least once annually review the ordinance, the policy, and the annual military equipment report prepared by the Vacaville Police Department and determine by resolution the following. 1, whether the use of military equipment in the past year has complied with the policy, and 2, whether to continue the ordinance and policy or to take action by ordinance to modify the policy or to repeal the ordinance.
Consistent with California Government Code 7072, the police department submits the controlled equipment report addressing the use of equipment, complaints or concerns regarding the use of equipment, results of internal audits on the use of equipment, annual costs for the equipment, quantity possessed by the agency, the intention or to purchase additional equipment in the following year. This presentation satisfies the requirement to hold at least one community engagement meeting at which the general public may discuss and ask questions regarding the annual military equipment report and the department's funding, acquisition, or use of military equipment. Just for reference, the full report has been published on the city website for approximately 60 days. It's required by statute to be posted for 30 days. So we're well within compliance of that prior to this meeting. Just a review of what's Assembly Bill 481 is. It was on September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed 8 police reform bills, including AB 481. AB 481 requires law enforcement agencies to create a policy, inventory list, and a yearly report on what is now deemed to be military equipment by AB 481. The use of the equipment must be approved by the City Council. The policy and equipment list must be posted on the department's website, and an open community meeting must be held where questions can be asked and answered. So our recommendation is that the council adopt the subject resolution renewing ordinance number 1978, adopting and approving the Vacaville Police Department military equipment use policy and the Vacaville Police Department annual military equipment use report. And we are available to answer any questions for you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and the staff report was pretty informative. So it clearly meets the objective of making sure that we're transparent in how it's used. Simple question. When we post it on the website for 60 days to be in compliance, is there any part of, I haven't looked at what you've shared, I've read their staff report, that directs the public to say, if I have questions, they can contact the department, or is it just, it's just static on the website? Or?
There's a complaint process that's listed on the website that is basically would go into that if there's complaints or concerns about it.
And then the only other question is I didn't see any way to capture it in the staff report, and it may never even happen, but do you track whether or not the use of the equipment is used during mutual aid, or if there's, outside the city?
Yeah, we do keep detailed records on how each piece of equipment is used. That isn't particularly published. It's given the numbers, but we can, if we're asked, we can track how these equipment is used and how much is used during mutual aid.
Appreciate it. So far, I see no questions. I have a comment. Okay, we'll get to that then, if you have a comment. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, if you have a comment, Councilmember Ritchie.
Thanks so much for the presentation. I'm a fan of this. When I first, I think last time we talked about it, our society's changed. I'm a big fan of kind of a cause and effect. Having the ability to have military grade equipment and protect you guys doing your job, but it's kind of like what it does to the community when there's a lot of mutual benefits. When you see a tank going down the street or a military vehicle, well, I wish we did. I wish we had a tank. The whole point is like it makes you think twice. I mean, when you're when you're on a SWAT call and you see that vehicle come down the street, everyone's going to rethink what that person did, and it acts as a deterrent. Like, hey, listen, Vacaville doesn't allow this to happen. Like having that strong show of force with military equipment that has been reclaimed for city, the optics on that shows that the city of Vacaville is very serious about keeping our community members safe. And I'm very supportive. I've seen a lot of SWAT stuff happen, and you think twice when you see it come down your street, you're like, okay, someone messed up. And that's seeing that show of force is as important as keeping you guys safe, because it shows the community that you guys train and your job is to make sure you get home safe, but make sure you're very serious about making sure the community is safe as well. So I'm all for wherever you guys want to carry, but I'm a fan of a lot of stuff, but Prop 47 has really kind of made California go off the rails, and we have to make sure you guys are armed with the tools to stay safe. Like I have friends in law enforcement. I tell them the most important thing is make it home every night. You know, you have to make sure you do your job and you're safe, and the equipment you have keeps you in the ability to make it home. So whatever you need to do to make sure that happens and you keep the community safe, I'm always for it.
Thank you, Council.
So I'm going to interject a question, so it's not me, even though I know the answers to these. Does the city of Vacaville have any tanks?
Do not.
Okay, I just for clarification, I just happened to call you out on it, Councilmember Ritchie. The clarification is it's the reuse of military equipment, but it has to be, there's only certain equipment that the program allows. This is just a way for us to be transparent, and so certainly for the safety, but to reiterate, the equipment that we use that is sometimes viewed as militarized. There's very much civilian use tools that are employed by the city as well. Not everything is military. This is just reporting on the tools and the technologies that we use. Just wanted to clarify that. So, Councilmember Stockton.
Steal my thunder, Mr. Mayor. No, first off, I'm thankful that we have equipment that can help protect the brave men and women that go out and respond to some of these dangerous calls for service and get them home safely. That's the number one key. If you do need more of it, I think that if there's a missing piece of equipment that falls under this category, I think you would let us know. You've done a good job of that in the past. Anytime you've needed anything, letting us know. So don't be afraid to do that. I would be interested in another fact, because my experience has shown me that these military equipment, vehicles and some of the equipment is also essential in providing de-escalation and getting officers, hostage negotiators, other people close enough to rapidly evolving critical incidents to provide someone to speak with them or talk to them and de-escalate a situation. I'm assuming that you probably document that in the report. I think there would be valuable information maybe for the public and the council to know how many times this equipment has been utilized to de-escalate these potentially violent situations, so that we can show that that it's being used and helpful in not escalating a situation.
Yeah, so we keep detailed record of all of these things, and I think it's important to note that the de-escalation is the primary use for all of these pieces of equipment. And the Vacaville Police Department SWAT team hasn't been involved in an officer-involved shooting since 2001, and that's primarily due to the equipment that the city provides us with, and our ability to de-escalate and to negotiate and to sometimes demonstrate that show of force. And it's worth noting that that shooting in 2001 was when the officers were being shot at. So this equipment is vital to preserving life.
And I'm thankful that we have it if something happens, and we need to evacuate citizens safely and get them out of a dangerous situation. So very thankful that we have it. Thank you for the presentation. And if there's anything else you need, let us know.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, appreciate the staff report. It's very detailed. Yeah, overuse of military grade stuff, because that's always not the best stuff. I've had more of my military stuff break more often than my civilian stuff. But yeah, good presentation. Yeah, I remember the last one, a lot of good equipment. I've used some myself. And if you guys do want to take, I could reach out to my LISO 1033 friends and see what they have. And they're legal in California, they just can't use a gun. So, it's over the laughing. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. And appreciate you doing this every year, obviously, and being in compliance. So I think it's good for the community, but commend the efforts of our police department in the use of these technologies and tools to provide the safety and to do it in ways that, as you say, de-escalation is always the key, but to be prepared for that which you have to have the best tools out there. And so I echo that. We want to make sure that you're properly equipped and you have the right tools to conduct the work that you do, but also to be safe and to keep the community safe. So, Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you for the information. It said that you needed to show, what you had and how often you used it. And it also said that you needed to show what your expectations for getting more. In the report, it says that excluding the replacement of the previously approved controlled equipment. There's no projected controlled equipment acquisitions for 2023. Since we're looking at the end of 2023, since this was a 2022 report, were there any unexpected acquisitions of these kind of equipment in 2023?
I'll defer to Lieutenant Willis for that.
Sorry, excuse me. To answer your question, there's two parts to it. The kind of clause that you just mentioned, there's not a lot of guidance of whether or not every time you purchase a drone, which you guys have already, I'm using as an example, have approved that we can have, that you have to include that. If it's just a replacement or we're buying another of the same thing, if that makes sense. So that's what that's referring to.
Right,
any unanticipated other than maybe we crashed a drone or used munitions that we had to replace? No.
Right, so nothing on this list was new. I mean, you didn't get anything new this year that's not on this list since this list was from 2022.
We did not, and there's 14 categories. I think we own stuff in, don't quote me, 12-ish, and we haven't acquired anything from the two categories that we do not possess equipment in.
Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All right, with motion second, all in favor? Aye.
I just want to make a comment. Because we have current chief, past chief in the room. That stat is stuck down. It's our conversation. The fact that since 2001 till present, so I congratulate both the chiefs in the room. That's a powerful stat. The training and what our SWAT is, how many calls you've been on, and since 2001 till present, that record, that's amazing. So that shows you guys are.
It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence. You're not going straight to grabbing the AR and going for it. You're taking every last step and utilize your training to make sure that you have all. I mean, that was a quick stat. That's important. That shows you guys are amazing at your job. You're not taking the easy way. You're doing everything you can to de-escalate situations every time. So that was a quick stat. But that's big.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. All right, we're at item 9F.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you are several items related to a budget update from our budget team. We have Ken Metsamia and team, so we'll turn it over to them for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. Tonight, we will be presenting the general fund year-end results for fiscal year 23. In addition, we will also be presenting the first quarter budget update for fiscal year 24. That's July through September timeframe. We'll then move into an ARPA update as well as an update on the 5-year forecast, and we'll conclude with the proposed annual merit increase for the city attorney. Next. The following slide shows the fiscal year 23 year-end results as projected back on June 27th, and how we actually ended the fiscal year, which is the column on the far right. Back in June, working with our consultant HDL, the following assumptions were used during the budget adoption. The assumptions were that sales tax would be up by 5.1% compared to fiscal year 22. Measure M would increase by 0.8%. Other revenue would increase by 48% for the fiscal year, and property tax would increase by 3% for the year. So how do we fare? Fiscal year 22-23 actuals based on a percentage. Sales tax was up 5.8%, or a 0.7% increase from projections. Measure M sales tax were up 0.7%, or a 0.1% decrease from projections. Other revenues increased by approximately 59%, or 11% higher than initial projections, and property tax increased by 4.6% for the fiscal year, a 1.6% increase over the initial assumption. The property tax increase was pretty significant. Typically, we receive 2 payments for property tax in the fiscal year, one in December and one in April. We also have a true-up payment in May-June timeline, and that payment in May was significantly higher than we had anticipated. Moving to the right, the table, operating revenues and transfers in. We projected 114.4 million for revenues. They came in actually at 115.7 million, which is a 1.3 million increase to the positive. Operating expenditures and transfers out, we projected 122.2 million. They came in at 122 million, which is also a surplus of about 200,000. The deficit without Measure M, we were projecting 7.8 million. It came in at 6.3 million, which is also a positive of about 1.5 million. The budget reserve without Measure M, we were projecting 23.2 million, or 20% of operating expenditures. The actuals that came in for the budget reserve without Measure M were 24.7 million, or 22%, which falls in line with our general fund reserve policy of 16 to 25%, or 2 to 3 months of operating expenditures. Measure M revenues, we were projecting to come in at 23 million. The actuals were 23.1 million, a slight increase. Measure M expenditures, we were projecting 14.1 million. They came in at 14.7 million, which is a 600,000 increase in spending. And that was directly related to CIP projects within Measure M related to street maintenance. The surplus for the year with Measure M, we were projecting 1.1 million, actually came in at 2.1 million, so a 1 million swing in the positive direction. The combined reserve, we were projecting 54.6 million, or 43% of operating expenditures. The actuals for the combined reserve came in at 55.6, or 44% of operating expenditures, a 1% increase. This part of our presentation focuses on revenue trends through first quarter of the current fiscal year. The trends are based on actuals through the first 3 months of fiscal year 24, along with updated sales tax estimates from our consultant HDL. Next slide. Sales tax account for approximately 20% of the city's total general fund revenue, and Measure M consists of 16% of the city's revenues, for a combined total of 36% for the general fund revenue. Through first quarter, combined sales tax were 13 million for fiscal year 24, represented by the green line on the graph to the right. And as we can see, it's in line with fiscal year 23. It also came in at 13 million. Just below the green line, we've separated sales tax and Measure M so we can look at them separately. Sales tax is represented by the blue column and Measure M by the yellow column. We'll start with sales tax. Sales tax, we received 7.5 million through the first quarter. This was an increase of about 7%, or approximately 500,000. Measure M, the yellow column, we received approximately 5.5 million versus 6 million last fiscal year, which was an 8% decrease, or 500,000 decrease. Some positive industry impacts that our HDL is projecting to do well in fiscal year 24 were restaurants and hotels, projected increase of 3%. Business and industry are projected to do 2% better, and food and drugs, a 1% increase for fiscal year 24 is expected. Other taxes besides property sales and Measure M taxes account for approximately 18% of the city's total general fund revenues. Through first quarter, revenues were 4.2 million. This was an increase of 2.4% over fiscal year 23. Taxes in the category consist of the franchise tax fees, paramedic tax fees, TOT or transient occupancy tax, excise taxes, business license tax, and real property transfer taxes. Some of the significant impacts we've seen in the category include franchise tax fees. They were up about 2.2%. TOT or transient occupancy tax, which is related to local hotel stays here in the city, was up 6.5%. And the real property transfer tax, we saw a decrease of 11%. The department charges and fees revenue category accounts for approximately 9% of the city's total general fund revenues. This category contains the charges and fees for all of our departments here at the city, with Parks and Rec and the ambulance revenue being the majority or the bulk of the revenues in the category. Through September, revenues were at 3.5 million for the fiscal year. This is an increase of about 13% over last fiscal year. Significant impacts, again, Parks and Rec and ambulance revenue. We'll start with Parks and Recreation. Their actual revenues through first quarter were just under 1.5 million versus 1.25 million in fiscal year 23. This is an increase of about 19% or 225,000 compared to fiscal year 23. First quarter saw strength in many activities for Parks and Rec, with the most significant in aquatics, adult sports, gymnastics, VPAT, and youth services. Ambulance revenue has seen an increase of approximately 12% through the first quarter compared to fiscal year 23. Actual ambulance revenue came in at 1.6 million versus 1.4 million last fiscal year. Last fiscal year, during the first quarter, we saw ambulance revenue decrease due to uncollectible billings in the first 3 months of the fiscal year. And after meeting with our consultant, Whitman, our billings provider, we expected those revenues to correct themselves in the remaining months of the fiscal year, and they did just that. So now we're seeing ambulance revenue continue to show relative strength that we've seen in the past fiscal years. Overall, department charges and fees are trending positively in the first quarter, and we expect that trend to continue for the remainder of fiscal year 24. That concludes first quarter revenue trends, and from here, I will pass it over to our Finance Director, Ken Matsumiya, for the ARPA update.
Thanks, John. Good evening, Council. As John mentioned, this evening we also have an update on the ARPA allocations, and with the deadline to commit ARPA funds coming up in December of 2024, exactly a year from now, we'll continue to include these ARPA updates as part of these budget updates going forward in case any of the allocations that were previously made need to be further discussed. To start, here's a brief timeline regarding the ARPA allocation that was previously approved by Council, and so the city was awarded $12.7 million in ARPA funds and received half of this amount in June of 2021. Staff research uses of the ARPA funds based on guidance available from the U.S. Treasury at the time. We reviewed what other agencies were doing and sought input from departments on ARPA eligible funding needs that aligned with the council's strategic plan, and then presented that to council along with some potential options for public outreach for consideration in October. The online surveys were published in November 2021, and then public outreach was done from November of 2021 through January of 2022. And the results of the ARPA survey, that the online survey I just mentioned, and the feedback that was received were presented to council in early of 2022, and then based off of that feedback, 10 million of the 12.7 million ARPA allocation we received was allocated. The city received the second half of the ARPA funding in June of 2022 from the U.S. Treasury, and then from fall of 2022 through January of 2023, through a series of council meetings and additional discussion, the remaining $2 million in ARPA funding was allocated mainly towards small business and nonprofit grants, and then also funding for the arts. The following slide summarizes the 5 main priority areas that the ARPA funding was allocated to, and those were infrastructure, housing and homelessness, economic recovery, direct aid to households, and aid to nonprofits and small businesses. The following slide shows how much was funded for each one of those categories. And so, for example, infrastructure, the total allocation was 4.3 million. Aid to nonprofits, small businesses, the total allocation was 2.8 million. The dark shading represents, at this point in time of that original allocation, how much funding has been spent or committed up until now. So with several of the initiatives and programs being in place for a little under 2 years, we have a better picture now of the funding needed to complete those initiatives, and the staff has also identified potential excess funding that can be reallocated. So the recommendations for reallocating these excess funds is summarized over the following 2 slides. The first request is to reallocate 200,000 of the original 300,000 Summer at City Hall intern program funding towards other youth-related initiatives offered through the police department. If approved, the reallocated funding would be used to complete purchasing needs for the Vacaville Police Cadet Program. This program serves as a direct pipeline for youth who may be interested in a law enforcement career and exposes them to various positions within law enforcement. The funding would be used to equip and clothe the cadets and purchase the necessary training equipment and tools, allowing each cadet the opportunity to experience the full potential of the program. Additionally, the reallocated funding would also be used to adequately furnish and equip the Vacapina portable space used for the police department's youth development programs. This site doesn't currently have adequate workstations set up for staff, and the space needs improvement to better meet the needs of the youth that are served there. Second request is to reallocate $100,000 of the $1 million originally allocated for utility billing assistance towards the Performing Arts Grant Program. Back in September of 2022, as council may recall, council approved the allocation of $150,000 towards the grant program to provide relief of rental theater production costs with using VPAT. The program has been successful with over 50 applications received and 17 new programs productions being held at the theater. If approved, the additional $100,000 would address the outstanding grant applications and allow the Parks and Rec Department to reopen the application process for 2024. Then the third and final recommendation for ARPA this evening is to reallocate $50,000 of the $2.3 million allocated in the housing and homelessness category for the Extreme Weather Warming Center. This funding would be used for fencing, utilities, security, and other related costs of operating the warming center. As mentioned a little earlier, these ARPA updates will continue to be part of our quarterly budget updates. And so as we go forward with our mid-year budget update in February, if there's additional excess funding that's identified, then that would come up with discussion as we move closer to that December 2024 kind of deadline to commit all of our ARPA funds or reallocate any of the previous commitments. So for the next several slides, we'll be going over the 5-year forecast. The 5-year forecast, this slide shows the assumptions that we used on the revenue side and the expenditure side. I'm not going to go over every single one of these, primarily because these assumptions haven't really changed from what we were using at budget adoption. And so I will just highlight sort of what has changed. And so on the revenue side with sales tax, and of what we've seen with the economy and from working with our sales tax consultant, HGO, there's a lot of, uncertainty regarding the economy, just with the impact that interest rates have had, tightening of personal budgets. And so on the sales tax revenue forecast, if you compare it to what we used back in June, it is slightly more conservative. I think at the time in June, we were projecting that sales tax for the current fiscal year that we were in was probably going to be around 3% lower than what we saw at the end of fiscal year 23. That's been lowered even further to where it's now, we're projecting it to be 4% lower. On the expenditure side, kind of the main change here is that for any of the items that have previously been approved by council this fiscal year, those expenses and the outside costs, so basically for the next 4 or 5 years, have been built in the forecast. So some examples would be like Merriman on Main, the funding for that. We're assuming that funding is going to continue in the outside years. The Arctic that was brought to council, that's something that's definitely grant funded. But then when you go out to the outside years, that potential that maybe in fiscal year 27, 28, if we're not able to secure additional funding, so we also built an assumption for what that expense would be. And so that is the primary difference between kind of what you see right now versus the forecast that was presented back in June as far as the assumptions that we've used. So for the forecast, this is the same format that we've used for prior forecasts. I'll kind of highlight or go over how to read this. And so really the columns represent the expenses with the blue columns representing, if you were to break up the total general fund expenses, the blue columns represent those that are coded to the general fund, not Measure M, whereas the orange expenses would be those that are actually coded to the Measure M fund. And so although it's all considered part of the general fund, for transparency purposes, we do continue to break that out and track it separately. The lines that go across, they represent, pointer to work. Lines that are going across these represent revenues. And so again, like the gray line represents general fund revenues without Measure M. The gold line up top represents total general fund revenues. And then finally, the green line that's across the bottom here is our general fund reserve. And so for fiscal year 23, as John had mentioned earlier in the forecast, we did, earlier in the presentation, we did finish, the general fund overall finished with a $2.1 million surplus. We anticipate that for fiscal year 24, that total revenues for the general fund are going to exceed total ongoing general fund expenses by 1.1 million. But you will notice that when you go look at the kind of outside years from 25 through 28, we are anticipating that general fund expenses in total are actually going to exceed total general fund revenues by about $500,000. That's kind of the assumption. And a lot of that has to relate, goes back to the fact that I had mentioned with sales tax. There is uncertainty with how that is going to go. And so usually when we're doing these budget updates, it's typically always good news where we're coming back and saying that the sales tax forecast said that we were going to see this percentage of gain. We ended up exceeding that, especially during the pandemic. We were seeing double-digit increases. Although we're seeing some growth in the outside years, we're not projecting those big gains that we were seeing during the pandemic. Hopefully that doesn't turn out to play out that way, but we are taking a more conservative approach based off of what we're seeing with the economy. If you were to look at the general fund reserve, one thing you'll notice is that although I mentioned that the total general fund expenses would only be projecting to exceed revenues by about $500,000 each year, you'll notice that the reserve is actually coming down from $52 million in fiscal year 24 down to $31 million 5 years from now in fiscal year 28. And that primarily has to do with, in the past, we've talked about the additional discretionary payments that we are making towards our unfunded liabilities. The fact that we have a reserve that's above 40%, much higher than our general fund policy calls for. One of the initiatives that council had approved is to make these ADP payments every year towards our unfunded liabilities. Think of it as kind of making additional payments on a credit card balance or principal payments towards your mortgage, whereby kind of using this money to buy down our unfunded liabilities, we're going to be saving on interest costs. And so that's why you see that general fund reserve drop as much as it is because of those ADP payments. And then we are also factoring in kind of one-time CIP payments that are typically funded out of the general fund, that those would be paid for out of the reserve as well. The following slide shows kind of what would the general fund revenues look like if revenues were to finish 5% higher than what we're projecting and also 5% lower. And so the main kind of takeaway from this slide is that 5% pretty much equals like a $7 to $8 million swing for the general fund. And so let's say if revenues were to finish above 5%, what we're projecting, we would be $7 to $8 million higher in our revenue projection than what we're projecting. Likewise, if we were to finish 5% lower than what we're projecting, you would see a similar 7 to 8% swing. And so basically, if we're off by 1%, it's a $1.5 million swing. That's kind of how that equates. And then finally, kind of went over this with the forecast. This is our reserves and what we're projecting over the next 5 years through fiscal year 28. And so the top row represents, if you were to look at our reserves with the total general fund revenues and ongoing expenses, you'll see that our reserves kind of stay in that $50 million range. Reserves expressed as a percentage, we're at 43%, or that's what we're projecting for 24, dropping down to 36% in 28. But as I had mentioned, we are assuming that the CIP funding is going to be paid out of the reserve. And likewise, because our reserve is projected to be above policy levels, we're going to continue to make those ADP payments. And that's what's represented in the text highlighted in red. So when you factor that in, you do see our reserve go down to 31 million. And then the reserve, as expressed as a percentage, going down to 21% in fiscal year 28. Again, our general fund policy is 16 to 25%. That is the policy. We target 20%, and this is still projecting that we're going to be above that targeted percentage over the 5 years. With that, I will pass it on to Assistant Director Leslie Hoover for the next part.
Good evening. We do have another item for your consideration tonight, and that is the annual merit for the city attorney. This is based off a previous annual evaluation, and it would be effective retro effective August 1st, 2023, and the new annual salary is $291,032. Next. So then we do have some recommendations for you. By simple motion, receive the general fund first quarter budget update report and adopt the 2 subject resolutions. The first one, the resolution of the City Council of Vacaville approving an annual merit increase for the city attorney. The second one is the resolution of the City Council of Vacaville approving the reallocation of the $350,000 for the ARPA funds. That concludes our presentations, and we're open for questions or comments.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's always informative, and appreciate the format that you use. Makes it very easy to see. And I do appreciate the conservative view that you take. It's always better to focus on the realities that are out there, but then to be able to come back and show a performance in the numbers that is either on track or not catching us behind. So I appreciate that. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, and I agree with Mayor's comments. Can you go back to 15 or 16? Just one at a time. sorry, the projections with the reserve. There we go. So, sorry if I missed it, but, I see a drastic decline over 4 years from cutting it down by 50% approximately, or a little more, to 21%. So, sorry, can you just clarify what's driving down that cost, and should we have to be concerned in year 6 down the road?
Sure. So it is being driven down by the CIP contribution, primarily the ADP. And so the ADP payments are totally voluntary optional payment. This is something that was a recommendation to council, that just the fact that our reserve is so high or is above policy level, but we have this unfunded liability out there that we're paying a lot of interest on, that we take the fact that we have this strong reserve and then make these additional payments towards the pension unfunded liability to save on interest costs. And so the reason why it's going down from 52 million to 31 million is like you have basically $2.2 million that we're voluntarily contributing every year, projecting to do that. The other piece of this is for CIP. And so with the forecast slide that we show here for ongoing expenses, we do include, for example, we're taking Measure M. There's, I believe it's $2 million that's allocated for street maintenance every single year. There's the parks beautification, things of that nature that we're making annual contributions to make those maintenance and CIP projects happen. That's built into these ongoing costs. What isn't built in is that if we were, for example, to do a new CIP project that's going to be funded out of the general fund, then those are what would be kind of grouped into the CIP amount of 2.4 or 2.5 million. So like the one-time projects, things that if we were to do a new CIP project and involves general fund, what we're assuming here is basically $2.5 million every year. I mean, understanding that's going to change, like there's probably going to be some years where you're going to spend maybe 5 million or more, and there's going to be probably some years where it's going to be less. But we use the $2.5 million average, but that's the reason why you're seeing a drop down, is that it's that combination. We're building in basically that we're going to do $2.5 million of CIP one-time projects using general fund or Measure M to fund that. And then we're also going to continue to make these ADP payments. Does that answer your question?
It does. And so let's say, all things, so in other words, correct me if I need to be corrected, but if all things stay the same, projections are where they're at, then at that point, if it decreases below 20%, then presume staff is bringing back some proposals for council to make some tough decisions on where we would restrict our voluntary spending and so forth.
Definitely, yep.
Okay, thank you. So the other question, ARPA funds. So one of the things I expressed in the past is about certain businesses that weren't selected in the random lottery, so to speak, to have ARPA funds allocated to. So I'm not opposed to what staff is suggesting here for that's in front of us tonight, but I'm hoping to actually have council's support to maybe consider looking at how we support those small businesses that did everything they were supposed to, that show that they had a loss, and that funding would go towards supporting them in whatever way that they had requested up to, I believe the last amount we had approved was 15,000. So this is something that I'm hoping we keep in mind to support small businesses in their effort from the hardships that they encountered. But in addition to that, maybe rather than something else, I think along those lines is to look at how I see two things. So number one, I see a lot of businesses that are starting up literally around the streets, out of their garages, out of their backyards. I'm not gonna say where, because they usually get shut down. It has nothing to do with the city of Vacaville per se. I understand why. You got many other business owners that put the money out, got the permits, did the due diligence. I'm curious to see if there's a way to help, maybe better support the infrastructure that they need. I know we have 2 opportunities for like commercial kitchens in the city, and we'll see if there'll be another one potentially with the Brown Street site. But it'd be interesting to see if, number one, if there can be some possibility of market analysis. Another comment that I hear a lot from different folks randomly throughout the community is, hey, what kind of business should I open? And so they're doing their poll based on a social media post rather than something that has more substantial, data analysis to really to really assess where the market's at and what would be a viable business model. So so whatever additional funding that may come available, so we won't leave money on the table, I'm asking council to kind of consider that and as we move forward. So thank you.
Well, Mr. City Manager, maybe you can add some light to this, or Ken, if you can. As we near the end of our ARPA cycles, coming back with other recommendations is likely, correct? In other words, if there's allocations so that we don't leave money on the table, so just like this is an example, as we get to a year from now, we had best be moving funds if they're not being spent.
Yeah, as Ken mentioned, during your mid-year budget update in February and then at the fiscal budget approval in June, we'll be proposing any other modifications or reallocations of ARPA funds. My hope is that we'll have the last reallocation presented as part of the fiscal budget, because that only gives us 6 months to get it under contract, so we don't have to give the money back.
Okay. I think that provides the opportunity to reassess and reallocate as we're getting closer to the end of the ARPA.
I'm trying to set it up so that way it's streamlined at that point.
That's right. So yeah, thank you for the presentation. Open up to the public for any comment, although I don't know that it's anyone other than staff, but all right, I'll bring that back, and thank you for the presentation. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Moving right along, I think we're to 9G.
Mayor, members of the council, your final item tonight is a presentation of this quarter's update on your strategic plan. Assistant City Manager Georgianne Magersmith is here to give you a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Got my slide up there. Tonight's presentation is an update on the strategic plan. I'm going to warn you in advance, there are a lot of slides, but I will go through them quickly. It's really a testament to the work that our staff are doing and the fact that you haven't received an update on the strategic plan since your goal setting session in May. A quick background on the strategic plan. In May of 2020, Council adopted the 5-year strategic plan covering fiscal years 2021 through 2026. And in February of 2021, City Council prioritized the strategic initiatives and added Goal 5. The strategic plan is really a 3-tiered approach. There's the goals, which provide the overarching framework, the strategic initiatives, which were developed through a SWOT analysis and are each linked to a corresponding goal. And then the implementation strategies really serve as the action plan for each of the strategic initiatives. There are 5 strategic plan goals, which I know you're all familiar with. And in February 2021, when the council prioritized the strategic initiatives, these are the order that you prioritize them. And this is the same order I'll use for the updates tonight, and the same order that you'll find the updates in the comprehensive update document that was attachment 1 to the staff report. So all of the slides will kind of follow the same format. And so the bulleted item at the top of the slide is the implementation strategy. So jumping right in, economic development's efforts to expand the biotech ecosystem successfully attracted LifeSpace Labs to Vacaville. LifeSpace Labs is a co-working lab and office space for entrepreneurs in the life science and technology sector. Economic development staff, in partnership with Solano Community College and the Workforce Development Board of Solano County, are partnering in the Jobs for the Future Workforce Communities of Action program. And this model aims to strengthen workforce professionals' ability to identify and solve complex, urgent workforce challenges. The city continued to prepay its annual UAL, or unfunded actuarial liability payment, in July for its pension unfunded liabilities. Ken talked a little bit about this earlier. And by making that lump sum payment in July instead of payments throughout the year, the city will save approximately $750,000 in interest costs this year alone. The fiscal year 23-24 budget also plans for continued ADPs, which are the additional principal payments he mentioned, towards the pension unfunded liabilities and fully meeting the annual actuarial determined contribution towards the OPEB unfunded liability. After the winter storms of January 2023, Public Works contracted a new hydrology firm to perform analysis on a number of options to mitigate flooding along Alamo Creek. In September of this year, Public Works installed 4 new flap gates on the Alamo Creek Detention Basin site, as well as 3 outfalls in the vicinity of the Southwood Apartment Complex and Tulare Bridge. The installation of these flap gates will help to activate this detention basin earlier and help mitigate creek water from backing up the pipe. And also during the months of September through November of this year, the city's consultant installed additional creek flow monitors and high water staff gauges at bridges along Alamo Creek. This effort will provide additional creek flow data to help further inform hydrologic modeling and to help define potential new storm drainage improvements and facilities, including detention basins. And also, over the last few weeks, Public Works staff have been in discussion with the Department of Water Resources related to a potential grant of about $3 million. So more to come on that, hopefully. The housing strategy was completed in 2002 when the council adopted it, and the final certification of the housing element was received from the state in September of this year. In May 2023, the council participated in a study session on inclusionary housing, and in October, council authorized a request for proposals to study inclusionary housing options. In October, the city kicked off the 2023-2024 City of Vacaville Leadership Program with 29 participants representing all departments. Also in October, all managers, supervisors, and department heads were invited to attend a workplace culture assessment workshop to begin the process of evaluating and strengthening the city's workplace culture. And finally, between August and November, Human Resources offered 6 career development sessions, which were attended by approximately 70 employees, which is a great attendance. Moving on to parks and recreation items, there has been and continues to be a ton of movement happening on park improvements and development of new parks. And these are just a few of the highlights on the screen here. The photos of the path are the completed path around Meadowlands Park and a new shade structure below at Pheasant Country Park. I know the residents near all of these parks have been looking forward to these amenities. Staff continue to evaluate the development of a much-needed new multi-purpose recreation facility, should council be interested in moving that project forward. The new facility would be anticipated to be located in Centennial Park and could include sports courts, an indoor track, and a variety of fitness rooms and multi-use spaces. Continuing the Parks and Rec theme, adaptive play equipment is planned for both Trower and Meadowlands Parks. Also, new play equipment and rubberized surfacing was installed at Three Oaks Community Center, and new gymnastic equipment and flooring were installed at the Davis Street facility. Economic development staff is working with Larson and Tubro Digital Energy Solutions to develop distributed energy resources on city-owned properties and to identify suitable locations for utility-scale battery energy storage systems. NG was selected to provide a full facility analysis as it relates to 12 sites with the greatest potential for solar canopy structures, as well as EV charges. Additionally, the city has won 2 grant awards totaling approximately $400,000 for the procurement of 3 solar EV charges to be located at City Hall and downtown parking lots. And the anticipated delivery of those chargers is no later than March. On July 25th, council declared a city-owned parcel located at Vanden Road as exempt surplus land and authorized a competitive bid process as required by the Surplus Land Act for affordable housing with a military focus. A request for qualifications was released in late November. At the August 22 meeting, council declared city-owned property on Orange Drive to be exempt surplus land and authorized the city manager to initiate the competitive bid process as required by the Surplus Land Act for the development of affordable housing. And a request for qualifications is planned to be released in the winter of this year, 2023, probably 2024 at this point. The police department has created a new training and personnel division managed by a newly authorized lieutenant position and staffed by a newly created admin tech position. This division ensures the police department is meeting or exceeding all mandated training requirements, as well as recruiting and hiring qualified and diverse employees. Following recommendations of the OIR report, the police department has also expanded the professional standards division by adding 2 sergeants and a community services officer. One of the sergeants is focusing on internal affairs investigations, while the other focuses on ensuring the department is compliant with all the statutory requirements related to Public Records Act releases, pitches motions, and the numerous other regulatory requirements involved. The police department's outreach program has a new team member, Ilara. Hopefully you've seen, there's a little video on social media featuring Ilara. Ilara will meet the community at outreach events and can be deployed during calls for service to provide a calming and caring presence. The last standards of cover study to determine optimal staffing and deployment of fire department resources was presented to council in October 2018. Growth in the community and increasing calls for service necessitate an update of the standards of coverage study. In October of this year, council approved a contract with AP Triton LLC to conduct a community risk assessment and standards of cover study. The contract is being finalized as we speak and is expected to take 6 months to complete once it begins. Additionally, the Fire Department Apprentice Program has been very successful and led 2 recent promotions from apprentice to the rank of Firefighter 1 trainee, which is pretty awesome. The fire department has recruited 5 of the 9 required personnel to staff Fire Station 76, the new Lagoon Valley Station, and a 16-week academy is scheduled to begin in January. The remaining 4 required personnel are expected to promote from our apprentice program, and the apprentices do not require an academy and will be ready for minimum staffing once promoted. And we anticipate fully staffing Station 76 by June 2024. The emergency operations plan was adopted by council in June 2023. 2 fireworks citations were issued during 2023, the 4th of July holiday, and fireworks take-back opportunities were held during the station open house events. The addition of an HR analyst position this fiscal year has assisted with recruitment demands and enhanced staff's ability to provide more training along with HR services. HR has also partnered with the City Manager's Office on the What's Your Why campaign, which hopefully you've all been following on social media. And the campaign is designed to highlight current employees and the type of work they do to increase visibility and awareness of public sector jobs. Our public relations manager has been building her team and expanding engagement with the community. She's also working on a request for proposals for a communications consultant to assist with the development of a comprehensive strategy and plan now that she's fully staffed. The Vacaville Neighborhood Association team officially launched the program in August in conjunction with National Night Out. The goal is to engage residents and establish a vision within their neighborhoods and identify priorities to utilize and increase the neighborhood's capacity. The slide says 7, but as of today, we now have 8 registered neighborhoods, which is exciting. We had a lot of feedback at Merriment on Main at the Neighborhood Association booth. And Health Education Council continues work in District 3 to increase engagement, trust, and build neighborhood capacity. They provided 10 workshops for residents covering topics in mental health, financial coaching, and legal rights. And they also held a walk audit in October to identify areas of concern and discuss potential solutions. I know that was a whirlwind tour, but that brings me to the end of the updates. No action is required other than to receive the update and provide feedback. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Clearly a lot that's going on. And that's, I know the highlights, because when we look through the action items and the in-progress items, there's a foundation behind all that's going on in this strategic plan. And also appreciate staff's time throughout the year, bringing us an awareness of here we are, and are there any new items? Are we meeting the needs? And one of the one takeaway that clearly we saw was an opportunity on some of our flood control. But I really do appreciate it. With that, I'm going to open it up to the public for any comment. See anybody here? Hour, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Silva.
I think it's a American way to be critical no matter what. So I'm not going to do that tonight, but I just want to say, despite what a lot of folks hear or see or read, whomever it comes from, a lot of times it's weird. Like we could do these big old projects, we can have something on agenda for 21 million and be like, yeah, that's fine. And then other times like 30,000. Well. So it's been an interesting dynamic, from my perspective. But collectively, a lot of times it's those small things that it's odd because it's a lot of times those small things that mean a lot to people because it's something they see and feel. And on the other hand, there's a lot of things that people can't see or get a quick glimpse and make, certain opinions and whatnot from. But collectively, I just want to thank, the entire leadership team, everybody from, doing the work, out there in rain and flood and smoke and soot and, dealing with a lot of other, issues that other people don't want to deal with in our society for, respectively. It just, all of that comes together to create a town that people do care about. And when I hear people complain, I don't necessarily always take it as something negative. It's just, okay, taking that in and seeing what they're putting in into context, I think things are going overall pretty well. And so I appreciate everybody. So.
Well, thank you very much. We have received your report and looking forward to the opportunities to continue next year. With that, we'll move on to reports of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Just one quick thing. Just a reminder for everybody that the city will be opening up some vacancies that will be forthcoming on our commissions, both the Planning Commission and Parks and Rec Commission. We will be having openings in districts 2, 4, 6, and at large. And so we will be opening up the application period to anybody that's interested in serving on either one of those commissions beginning December 18th. And it will be open through the close of business on January 19th. And so please visit our webpage if you have an interest in serving on one of those commissions. Again, you'd have to be a resident in districts 2, 4, 6, or at large. The last thing I'd like to say is, appreciate the council's support of our budgets, of the efforts being made on the strategic plan. A lot of great things going on in the community. And I hope I don't steal your thunder, but I do feel it would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our staff and the council support for the recent Merry Men on Main event. This was the first time that the city was solely responsible for putting on that event. And we knew it was a lot of work, but we found out, firsthand that it was even, more than some. And I sent out a thank you email to everyone. And in that, it acknowledges that there was hundreds of hours of preparation, more than 100 staff investing their time and energy into that. And I think it was a very well-attended event, and it was just very, very special. And I want to acknowledge, just only because he's going to be here for just one more meeting, Reggie Hubbard and all of his team and everybody that put so much heart and soul into that effort. So thank you very much, Reggie, and to everybody else out there who did a fantastic job. If the council is interested at this late hour, we have a quick 2.5-minute video following up that event. It's kind of a feel-good holiday thing, so if you can indulge me, Corey, if you could mind rolling that, that'd be great.
What does a tree lighting like this mean to you and your family?
The kickoff to Christmas season, spending time with friends and family. Having fun with your friends and family.
It is a time for hope, and it's a time to celebrate everybody, the ones you love.
It's a lot of culture, character.
Tradition, getting families and friends together, watching a special moment. Well, we're looking forward to have the most fun that we ever have and just to eat lots of candy canes.
It's nice to see our city get together, at least one time a year, get together, eat good food, it's beautiful.
It's something special, and I don't think a lot of cities do this. It's pretty amazing.
18 years of my life I've been in Vacaville, and I've loved every second of coming here. It's just one of the greatest events, I think.
Hi, Vacaville! Walking around, seeing all the pretty lights.
Great community, very family-oriented. It's a wonderful place to have our kids grow up here. As soon as Mr. Eddie K sings Christmas in Vacaville, it's on.
I love the city, Vacaville.
We love the city of Vacaville.
Woo! Love the city of Vacaville.
It's good times.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Mrs. Claus.
A lot of the community came out. It's very nice to just have that experience with everyone.
Have you ever been to Merriman on Main before?
Every year. Since they were like 2 years old. It's a tradition.
I love Vacaville so much. You don't understand.
Yay. Very well done. Thank you. And to all the staff, I'll just start the council comments and just offer my sentiments as well. A lot of people around the community have been commenting on Merriman on Main, and I've posted, I said, you know, those who don't know Vacaville, Vacaville isn't just a place, there's a feeling behind it. And welcome to our living room. And the connection is real positive, and the goal is that longstanding tradition. And so I'm very much in support. And that recap just captured the essence of why Vacaville. And the city pulled it off, and great city team behind it. And the community was very much appreciative of it. So, and then just to keep it short, because we've already gone long, but we're doing fairly well. Just, I had the opportunity to speak at an event here in early December, and it's at the Mountain Oaks Adult Education Center. And while most would say, I don't know where that's at, it's because unless you're incarcerated, you don't go there. But it was an amazing experience to see those who are inside CMF realizing that at some point they will be outside, and to see those that I met coming up afterwards, because out of all of the entire state, the program they have there received the Distinguished School Award. And you could tell the faculty and the students, while they are inmates, they interacted as if this was their school and they had pride. And they were talking about their 2-year degrees from Sloan College, and they were talking about going on to work with other programs and 4-year degrees into workforce development. And in my entire career, it was an aha moment for me, knowing that 32 years in policing and always looking for programs that are trying to restorative justice. That's what it's about. It isn't just incarcerating people, but what do you do? And they have the time, and it was inspiring. It was inspiring to see them on the inside, just as excited to come up and know that the city of Vacaville and representing the council, this was their home. And they're on the inside, but it's as if, okay, I would love to be on the outside in this community, but the opportunity was there. And when someone has a skill, there's pride in the ability to care for themselves. And it was neat to see that in them. So we've already covered some other things, but I'll leave it at that. And I will go to Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, just to echo what the mayor said, I've received a ton of compliments from the community on Merriman on Main, especially a lot of people didn't know what was different, while the nonprofit did a great job for years. Or like, there's something different about this year. They're like, oh yeah, there's something at the gym. There's music going on there. There's music in the park. There's all types of stuff going on in between those. So the community definitely noticed a difference this year compared to other years. And it was pointed out, and they're excited about it. The only other thing I had regarding the commissioner applications, not necessarily anything about the process. Would it be okay to ask for a copy of like their resume? Because those applications can get very difficult to read sometimes that we receive. So I think just a submission of a resume would go a long way in filtering through those. Like, keep the process exactly the same, just have that along with the application.
And encourage it?
Yeah, encourage it, because obviously some people won't submit it, but if they do, it'd make it much easier to filter through some of those. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I too want to thank city staff and everyone that contributed, the downtown businesses, the individuals that volunteered. Absolutely amazing. Merriman on Main was definitely a huge success, and honoring the legacy that Merriman on Main has been, that the Rico family has given us. And so I want to thank them and just commend everyone that was involved in that. The holidays are a magical time, and Merriman on Main was certainly, as it is every year, but this year was very special. It's always a great opportunity to reflect on our community and everyone coming together and celebrating kind of the holidays and being together in one place. So I'm thankful that we're not dealing with COVID and we're having those opportunities. But the holidays are also a difficult time for a lot of people. And, you know, this Thanksgiving holiday, Vacaville lost Walt Simon. And he was a police officer here for almost 3 decades. And just an incredible Vacaville-born gentleman that dedicated his life to his community, serving Vacaville, and was just larger than life. So I wanted to recognize the Simon family. I wanted to recognize the law enforcement family he leaves behind, the community that he leaves behind, all the lives of the people that he affected from the time he grew up here to the time that he pinned on his badge to the time he went 10 on his final radio call. You know, I also want to thank Councilwoman Chapman brought up the naming of streets to recognize historical figures and impactful people that have influenced our society and our community. And I'm looking forward to that discussion. I wanted some clarification. I think we motioned to agendize that topic. Is that correct, City Manager?
We're actually planning to bring that back for discussion by the City Council in February to give you some options for consideration on how to address that.
Okay, and thank you for that. I would like to include, and if I need to make a motion to amend that and build upon what I think it is that you're trying to do, I would like to make sure that we have the capability to honor all our local heroes. You know, we've had several folks that are involved in city service, public safety, larger than life figures that are embedded in our community that I think we can celebrate and honor in addition to those that have made maybe a more national impact. And so I would really like to name a street after Walt Simon. I recognize the difficulty. The city manager has been outstanding explaining more about that process to me. I recognize that new street development is probably the more likely way to go from what I've been able to learn and ascertain. But there's also, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager, there's a time period from the time that people pass away. I don't know if that, before they are eligible to have a street or something named after them. And so if that is going to stand in the way of us honoring some of these folks that have contributed to our community, I'd like to make sure that that finds its way on the agenda so that we can alter that or change that or do what we need to do to make sure that a community that has been served, loved, and sacrificed for by the individuals that have been a part of our community, part of our city staff, and that we have those opportunities to recognize them and almost memorialize them in eternity by naming a street to remember some of the incredible people that we've been blessed to have here in our community. So if I need to make that motion, do I need to make that motion? So I would like to make a motion that we add to the naming of streets February meeting the ability to add Walt Simon's name and discuss any others as a council, and to address the municipal code that limits the time that people have to have been passed before we can honor them with a street sign.
Is that a city policy? I mean, I think is that what you're also going to be able to discuss that in February as far as what?
Well, so the original request was specific.
That was specific.
And as I shared, at one of our more recent updates. That particular request brings forth its own challenges. And so that was going to be the focus of our discussion in February. This particular request goes beyond that and brings forth another set of challenges because the council member's correct. Our current code does speak to guidelines about, when, recognized. And so if there is a desire to do that by the council, it would definitely change the composition of the report, but it's similar in subject. And if that's what the council would like to do, we hopefully that doesn't add more time to us producing the report.
Yeah, and also because it would be a change to it is just to understand why the limitation's there. And people before us made a decision and they based it on an understanding. It would be helpful, whatever is reported back helps us understand whatever reasoning that we can understand why they made it for what it was, and the reasons for and the reasons to delay. And sitting here, I don't know the why, but I think it would be important. And so if it can be included in the discussion as to why it was the prior policy.
So wouldn't that have to be a separate motion because it falls under two different areas?
Well, I think just to be respectful to the process, that it would be good confirmation that the council wants to add that to the first body of first request. It is related to a similar subject, so we can certainly put that in there, but it is definitely two different issues. And I respect the comment about tracking down the history of the why behind that. I'm not so certain how far that goes back and how quickly we can find that history. So I'm just trying to be thoughtful and respectful to the earlier request and the current request before us, because I know Council Member Chapman is anticipating that discussion to be in February. I hope that this doesn't delay that if we were to combine them. So we can, give you an update as to if the council is interested in this latest request. We can provide you an update in January if this will, expand
How about we
it,
do
or,
that? Yeah.
or we can keep it on the same track.
Okay.
So do I need to make a motion or not?
Yes, please.
So to restate it, I would like to motion that we add an agenda item, that we agendize the discussion about naming streets after influential, to have a discussion about naming a street after Walt Simon and other influential public servants and community, people from our community in future developments, and that we address the timelines that are the municipal code related to the timelines in order to nominate them for that honor.
I think that's close enough. We have a motion and a second, so that's all you need, right? You don't. Oh, okay, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so yeah, come back in January and let us know you might there might be an archive with someone who could tell the history of it, but if not, it just seems like over the years there was a reason, but it's been so long that anyone would have included that, because there are city streets that are named with local influential people, but I don't know the reason why. So I am interested to know the reason why.
Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. So, all right, so I'll just start off with the Merriman on Main. Just to reiterate, there's a lot of positive comments from the public. Last one I heard was 2 days ago in a prison, of all places, and not from somebody who was incarcerated, but somebody who attended that, and just really appreciative of all the efforts. I think it's important that respect be given for how that whole vision started, and Richard Rico, who had the vision, Jennifer Hamilton, Lisa Rico, the whole board for the past almost 40 years that came together, were able to get donations to be able to support that whole event. A lot of people don't recognize that that wasn't a city-funded event up until this year. So I think it's, a lot of times people don't realize like how much goes into that and how much work it actually is. So I definitely want to make sure that those folks aren't forgotten in these discussions. We're just, in my opinion, we're benefactors of that, and able to have dedicated staff, very caring staff, to be able to continue that legacy and build on it as we can, and improve where we can. So likewise, there's been a lot of great different holiday events going on. There's a Hanukkah in Maine. I wasn't able to attend. I couldn't get on work, but I hear that a lot of our electeds were able to attend, so I thought that was great. As well as a lot of other events throughout the city. Neighborhood Santa, there's still 2 different opportunities to have Santa, or say wave hi to Santa who hitched a ride on some fire trucks, of all things. So if you go to the city website, Wednesday and Friday from 6 to 8, there'll be different sections of the town that they'll be at, that Santa and company will be at. Sorry, I just want to back up to Mermaid. Definitely want to give a shout out again to Santa showing up, but also the Air Force Band of the Golden West. They perform flawlessly every time I hear them. It's pretty amazing. They even put on a free concert for our community 2 days during December. So if you haven't had a chance to check them out, definitely do that. Going back to we have 2 different prison systems, CMF, that was mentioned earlier. They do a lot of tremendous work, a lot of efforts to get back into the community. And then CSP Solano, they actually, Dr. Chapman was able to join a showing of Delancey Street. So Delancey Street is a program where they bring in, or they have a kitchen, a full-fledged kitchen where the inmates basically prepare food, different food. One of those items was a cheesecake, which is like phenomenal cheesecake. He puts his caramel on it. So he's looking to re-enter civilization, so to speak, next year. So I got a lot of hopeful wishes for that gentleman. But that program was brought together from different staff, likewise, under the warden Gigi Madison. So she lives here in Vacaville. She just retired last week. And so actually I'm gonna shoot the mayor email to see if we can do a recognition for her, just to give her contribution, recognize her efforts as from her roles, not just as a Vacaville person, but also somebody who's been committed to our community, and how they serve our community and their workers all alike. So coming up this Saturday, Wreaths Across America. I don't know if anybody's been a part of this, but dress warm, dress for wet weather. Sacramento Valley National Cemetery. There's many veterans buried there, along with some of their spouses. All different backgrounds. It's a very humbling experience. I've attended that for several years now. Oh yeah, carpool is advantageous. But rain or shine, it goes on. Since 2020, they've limited the actual ceremony. I'm not sure if that's going on this year, but it's just an opportunity to connect with other folks throughout our region, connect with other families who may have had somebody laying to rest there, and then and just to pay respect to those who came before us and have passed before us. So that's this Saturday, 12/16. Sunday, 4th year in a row, Traditionalist Car Club started with this idea that, hey, I want to be able to give back to the community, so they form different partnerships. This event is completely free to families, so free entertainment, free food, free gifts. If you're coming in expecting free stuff, have a kid, you got to bring something. So Chris Rourke has been leading that charge for going on 4 years now. It'll be at Vaca High, so that'll be on Sunday. So hopefully see you all out there. And last, I look forward to taking my polar plunge in the name of Reggie. So And so polar plunge, if you don't know what it's about, some crazy people like myself like to do, and Councilmember Roberts last year. So make sure you reserve early so don't cancel it. It's actually pretty fun. You can dress up in a costume if you want, or you can just come as is, dressed. And then they shut down the heater for the pool, and you jump in there. So it's funner than it sounds. And but definitely, try to bring the family out for that one. So looking forward to attending that this year again. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
I just have a couple of things that say the year definitely flew by and with great work on all fronts. This is our last council meeting of 2023, unless we have something special that comes up. So I just appreciate the hard work on all the fronts. And the Merriment on Main was a great event for all the residents. I even saw dogs there. And it was great to have the Air Force Band, and Colonel Solomon spoke to us. And at that time, he was colonel. Now he's brigadier general. So that's great that he got that promotion as well. And this past week, I attended the Spirit of Solano lunch, which was for the whole county of Solano. And each city or chamber of commerce selected a business to be honored. And so for Vacaville, it was Sandra Over in the Opera House. And one of the reasons that they said that they selected that was her work with the community and how she gives back. And so I just do think that's real important to recognize the Opera House and all they've done for the city of Vacaville. And that's what we see this time of year with everyone giving back. The fire department's collecting toys, and the police department are doing things for toys with Vacaville and everything. And the veterans are feeding people, and people are volunteering there. And across the city, people are giving back and finding ways that they can help. So sometimes when it seems like we're so divided with, this flag issue or that flag issue or other things, it's just great to look and see how we are united as a community in many ways and are generous with others. And so as Councilmember Silva said, get out to the parks to see Santa. Also, it's a feel-good holiday thing. So I'm just looking forward to starting off 2024 and moving forward with, I feel like our city is really working hard on everything that we do. And unfortunately, we will certainly miss Reggie Hubbard with the Parks and Recs, but thanks for your work in 2023.
Absolutely. Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. Well, I had no kind of, I want to talk about, but him mentioning Walt Simon kind of brought memories. When I was younger in high school, I was very ambitious playing football. I remember Officer Walt Simon when he's younger. There's an old Gold's Gym now, the Alma Plaza. So Walt and Officer Whitehouse just retired. They were young cops, and they actually let me work out with them. So they're my workout partners all through high school. And I always remember. I remember when Whitehouse went undercover. I'm like, I know you are, man. And it was, but I always remember like. That's the kind of people that, that's not a story I ever told. It makes sense, but I was a young buck in high school, and they saw me in the gym, passionate about trying to get better, and every day I worked out with those two guys. So those are the things that make Vacaville amazing. Like the time and effort and the heart they gave. But that's a wall story that you probably doesn't remember it, but it meant a lot to me. But it's about community. It's been a lot. Thanksgiving serving Vacaville was amazing. Every year, since I've been 1994, I volunteer at the VA. Got there at 3:30 in the morning to really help out the staff. But that's just something. It's intoxicating to have that feeling of helping. Seeing there's hundreds of kids, hundreds of people from 10 years old to 80 coming out to serve their fellow Vacaville residents. And it's going to go on again during Christmas. It's an amazing thing to see a testament of Vacaville when the amount of people that came out was amazing. It was hundreds and hundreds of volunteers, people that just changed their daily schedule, their holidays to help others. And just as that kind of went through Merriment on Main, that experience was amazing. It was amazing to see fellow people with everything that's gone on from October 7th until now, to people fellow people came out to support the Hanukkah event. It shows Vacaville is amazing. Then we had the snow day. That was always fun. But really, then we're going into the Traditionalist Car Club. But so it's kind of a recurring tradition. I dress up as a Grinch, and so I've done 1 out of my 3 annual Grinch appearances. It was amazing at the snow day. But I will be as the Grinch, loading up in one of our amazing SWAT vehicles. And I hop out. The kids love it. So we have Santa's good, and Greg hops out, the black SWAT team, and as the Grinch, and the kids just lose it. They have fun. It's a part of POW. It's about giving back and just doing those things. It's just something I live for, to make sure you show people that we care about them, we appreciate them. And then the next event will be that the fire department allows me to hop out of their fire truck, and they just see that fire truck coming, and the whole Traditionalist Car Club stops. And it gives an opportunity for the engine to pull up. I hop out, and the amount of kids come up and just interact with the fire department. It's amazing. Those are things that build memories. And I'm just glad to be a part of it, and allow that the city has the flexibility to allow me to be goofy, find a way to be creative to help educate and serve the community. Appreciate it. And that's what I want to mention. Those events are coming up.
Councilmember Chapman.
Well, thank you. Well, to begin, our city manager, he did steal some of my thunder, so thank you very much. And then all of my colleagues, everyone who spoke before me, took away from what I had on my paper as well. So what am I left with? I'm left with many things. This is the conclusion of my inaugural year as a city council member. I want to, first of all, I could talk now. This is one time I really want to talk, but I'm not going to do it to you. However, I began my year requesting to meet with all of the directors, the key individuals throughout the city's operation. I wanted to meet with them, and their right hand, left hand, or their own executive team, their core, just to who are the real people doing the work here? What are their needs? And I believe each of them can say at the conclusion of our visit, I asked them, okay, now what do you need? And I learned a lot. And they didn't say we needed a new city manager or needed to replace the city council, that, they weren't working together as a team. And they didn't say that they needed additional help. But I would say that almost each of the departments were understaffed, or no, were not fully staffed. Were not fully staffed. And I believe my meeting with Aaron, I think I made a friend over there. I really have. Yeah, I give him a hard time. Y'all know I do. If you didn't know, I do. I know I do. But he handles it well. However, within the year, I've seen growth, internal growth. And I've seen an operation, I've seen a group of people that are passionate about being employed or being a worker here. There's a sense of unity. There is empathy goes a long way. You have to put yourself in another person's place, or in order to feel and I feel everyone here are very empathetic individuals, which is a good thing. And I think that's why we keep safety, the quality of life. We strive very hard to obtain that for the residents. But first of all, you have to take care of the core, that the internal, our human capital. That's what they are, our human capital. You have to take care of them. And I know a couple of times it was brought to us and we had to make some decisions, and the decisions we made was to improve their quality of life in order for them to perform, to enhance the life of all the residents here in the city. I'm going to put it out there that I've already had a TikTok account established. Can you believe that? But it's going to be different. So after the first of the year, look for me on TikTok. Please do. And you're gonna be impressed. However, I'm going to quickly go through this. Brian, I want to thank you very much. In the report that we received, the flaps for the, yes, 4 have been installed. Do you realize if it floods tomorrow, that it will not flood Alamo Creek subdivision, Brookdale, Tulare? Hopefully, I'm holding, yeah, yeah. I'm looking at you.
It's gonna help. Manage expectations.
However, if you recall, and it wasn't my intent, my very first meeting, it had flooded. I had met with people in the community on the bridge and very, very frustrated. I mean, we were angry. And my very first meeting, I said, has taken a priority with me. This is now a #1 priority. It wasn't that me, the city council member, made it my priority. It was a major health safety need for that area of Vacaville that had been going on. None of you said, no, there are other things that are just as important. You all understood that that has been going on and it needed to be addressed. And thanks to the city manager and Ryan's department, it was safety. You know how many years that have been going on? I've been living in that area for 40 years. And each time we've had a heavy rain, it has flooded over there. Now, I know some people are going to take this wrong. When it was decided that we go to districts, the prior council, a couple of them made statements. We take care of the entire city. We know what's happening throughout the city. No one had been over there or that hadn't been addressed before. It had not. It had begun at one time, but it ceased. And it wasn't because of Brian not doing his job. It wasn't a priority. It wasn't kept at the forefront to know that we had a group of residents having increased costs in insurance, flood insurance. We lost vehicles. Some homes were flooded. Hopefully this won't ever occur again. However, like I said, I can go on and on. The firefighters, they made a visit to my home the day after Thanksgiving. And man, where is he? You have some professionals. You have some outstanding troopers. They were very professional, very attentive. And I was saying, well, where do you want them to go? And I said, no, we need to take them to the nearest one. Do what you got to do. Today, they weren't back at my house, but they were next door. And they said, hey, Dr. Chapman, how's it going? How's so-and-so? I said, they are fine. Thanks for asking. Then I said, well, are you being busy? Are you very busy right now? Oh, yes. We've had quite a few pregnancies. I said, well, have you had to deliver a baby yet? And they said, no, not yet. However, I am expecting one myself next year. I'm not calling out any names. Okay, but I congratulated him. I want to especially make mention of, first of all, Reggie. Reggie and I go way back, and I couldn't remember after I got on the council how far back Reggie and I went. But it was through the city of Vacaville and the Youth Roundtable, wasn't it? Way back when. And now he's retiring. I even called Reggie to make certain that he was leaving on good terms. Yes, I did. I called to make sure he was leaving on good terms. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling it all. And he said yes. He said yes. So congratulations to you, Reggie. Congratulations. And then the Rico, each of you, or a few of you have mentioned the Rico family. I was looking for them at the Merriment on Main, and Angelina had stated that she had called them, but they weren't able to be in attendance to see if they would like to, make comments, but they weren't able to make it. However, I'm happy that Aaron, our city manager and his staff and all the other departments who pitched in were able, well, first of all, the city was willing to take over the Merriment. And what a beautiful evening it was. Job well done. And I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to stop here. But I want to wish everyone, no, I gotta tell on myself. Merriment on Main. I didn't expect to make a comment. I knew that our vice mayor and I think Councilmember Silver was going to speak on behalf of the team. Well, come to find out, well, no, everybody's going to go up and say, I wasn't prepared. I was so in with the music that was going on, and it was a great evening. I get up there after Silva goes up. What did you do? Merry Christmas. I said, oh, Merry Christmas. That's a good one to follow. And I went up there and said, instead of Happy Holidays, I said, and Happy New Year. You know that wasn't right. So anyway, I'm going to get it right because I'm going to tell everyone to have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, stay healthy, and look forward to a wonderful and blessed New Year.
Thank you. Nice work.
Thank you for giving me the time.
Yeah.
After I'm always putting everybody else on the clock.
In the interest of time, I'll just make just a final comment or two. I've had the privilege to be part of staff, and so I sit here clearly with an appreciation for the demands and the hard work that you all do, and everyone that you represent in your respective departments. So thank you for not just this event, but for what you do day in and day out to make this city what it is. It really is special, and I enjoyed a front row seat for many, many decades. Now the whole world knows that if I'm not here and I show up and there's someone with long hair, that it's my brother.
Yes,
Not
y'all
double.
could be twins.
But anyway, whole another story. What I would like to do, though, at least just from the position of tonight's meeting, is to adjourn in Walt Simon's memory and his name.
Mr. Mayor.
That's right. We'll jump back to that. But before that, just know that we're going to adjourn in Walt Simon's name. There's a couple items that we do have to do, and that is to reappoint Neil Iverson to the Solano Transportation Authority's Bicycle Advisory Committee for an additional 3-year term through December of 2026. The only recommended action on this is a simple motion to reappoint Neil. He's already been doing this, and I just need a motion. Motion second. All in favor? Aye. So with that, Vice Mayor Wiley?
I have one question. Is there also a position for someone on the pedestrian committee? Because I was at one meeting and there was someone from another city. So if we have a position for that, I'd like to see if we can get someone appointed because I know people who would be interested. So.
Perfect. I'll be at a meeting tomorrow with Solano Transportation. So obviously you're aware you stand in when I'm not able to make it. So there are several meetings like that. So I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
I think we've completed all business that we need to complete tonight. Is that correct? All right. You're keeping me on my toes because I too have celebrated a 1-year anniversary, you and I together. So yes. Thank you. It's been enjoyable working with everyone this year, and I hope that everyone does enjoy Christmas with their families. It's not lost on me that I learned that Walt Simon passed on Thanksgiving. you think about the memory of that. And so he truly loved living life. And for some of you who knew him growing up here, you have that experience. I knew him in the police department all those years. He did some incredible things in his time in youth services. He connected with the community and with youth. That was a passion of his, and you really saw that he could shine in that environment. So that's a fond memory I'll have. So with that, we're going to adjourn in Walt Simon in his memory tonight. So good night, Vacaville, and enjoy the holiday season and be safe. And hopefully you'll enjoy time with your family. And we will be adjourned until our first meeting in January, because we don't have a second meeting in December. So with that, good night, Vacaville.